migrants from neighboring countries has been a huge issue. It has been simply because South Africa is one of the more economically, industrially developed countries in a kind of desert of low development all around it. Therefore, there is a tendency for people from surrounding countries like Zimbabwe, Niger, Namibia, etc., Botswana, to actually come into South Africa looking for jobs. So this is a very natural kind of a process, but it has not been such a huge issue till recently. Now that it has become a political issue, I'm quite certain that the government will find a way out of it. It's not a small problem. They will need to get into conversations with the neighboring countries. And please remember that they are the countries with which South Africa has had very good neighborly relations. Yeah. They were all partners of South Africa in the struggle to achieve democracy. Therefore, it is not going to be a simple task. It will take time.
Mr. Goyal, also speak to us about, the fact that reports of violence have already started pouring in. So how far can we see that these protests will swell? Right now, we're looking at the protest that's just begun in Johannesburg, and police deployment remains extremely heavy. President Cyril Ramaphosa has also said that 30th of June is an unofficial deadline and is not being recognized by the state. Do you think that more and more cases of violence will come out from this protest, given the fact that looting, violence, and in fact, vandalizing the shops of foreign nationals, incidents like those have already began pouring in?
Look, Johannesburg is also, in a sense, the industrial capital of South Africa, business capital. So that is where most of the migrants are, really from the neighboring countries, looking for employment and jobs. So that is where the highest population is. And that is also where, if you recall, the whole demographic structure of South Africa, this Johannesburg is a place where you have the largest colony of blacks, Soweto, there. And therefore, whenever something of the racial kind happens in South Africa, Johannesburg is the first place where it would happen. Johannesburg and probably Durban, but Johannesburg more immediately. My sense is that having the demography of the kind that Johannesburg has, this violence or these protests will grow for some time. They are going to grow because there is a genuine anger among people because the jobs are being lost to the migrant community, and therefore they will continue to protest. But as the state shows willingness to take some action, my expectation is that they should begin to go down, diminish. They will never be completely quiet, but hopefully they will begin to go down as time goes by.
Yeah. Mr. Goyal, also let's talk policy for a minute. Cyril Ramaphosa, the South African Parliament says that they are going to make changes in the policy that will keep immigrations at bay. The numbers will be controlled. But what are the kind of policy changes that we're eyeing, that South Africa can actually press in to control the fuming rise in immigrants?
It's a good question. What kind of a policy can they put in place? Any policy which is going to deter people from the neighboring countries to come into South Africa is going to invite unhappiness. And that's the mildest term that I'm using, and I mentioned it before in an oblique manner, is going to invite unhappiness from the neighboring countries.
Yeah.
Because the neighboring countries, which are economically at a disadvantage compared to South Africa, when their people come into South Africa, they come with the expectation of finding employment, making some money, which then they will send back to the countries from where they've come. So any policy will have to take into account the relationship with the neighboring countries. Of course, the execution part is tedious. I mean, they simply have to push back everybody who's migrating into South Africa. But again, it is a huge border. You have the Kruger Park, which actually is on the border between South Africa and Botswana. Therefore, when people travel into South Africa, they don't have to necessarily come through the regular border post. And that's why they're called the illegal immigrants. So what kind of mechanism they can put in place to deter that illegal migration, except in the sense of that as they come to the cities, to basically put the barriers there, which is going to be hugely problematic, or they get into conversations with the neighboring countries. It's going to be a very difficult task, very time consuming. And I would say really that Cyril Ramaphosa, I had known him during my time in South Africa. He is a person, he knows about the economy.
Yeah.
He knows what actually makes South Africa run. I'm sure he will try his level best.
Right. Ambassador Goel, also before I let you go, this is not just about jobs anymore. This is also about practically a collapsing infrastructure, public infrastructure that has, erupted such public anger on the streets of Johannesburg. And people have said that for years they've had to, stand in queues when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to, obtaining basic requirements on a daily basis because the economy is so overwhelmed by immigrants who are undocumented. Not just that, they also say that domestic crime rates are going up because of these undocumented foreign nationals. So how far do you think there is truth in this statement? And if there is, do you think apart from policy, there's also a need for the public infrastructure to be made a lot more robust so that the natives do not, suffer at the hands of this immigration?
Let me take your last word, natives. The people who are coming from the other countries, neighboring countries, they are similar in demography, or in their ethnic composition. They're similar to the people who live in South Africa.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's going to be difficult to make out who is a native and who is not.
Yeah.
That's just as an aside. As far as the pressure on infrastructure is concerned, naturally, when you create infrastructure for, say, 10 million people, and suddenly you find 40 million people using the same infrastructure, it is going to put pressure. There will be unhappiness. As far as the law and order situation is concerned, as far as the queues for simple health facilities is concerned, they were there even in 1998 when I went over there. It was a part of, they still complained about the pressures on the infrastructure. It was already, see, the problem is that in a place like South Africa, there are kind of two levels of economy.
Yeah.
One is very highly developed, where you have the best of the facilities compared to the West, compared to the best of the facilities in the world are available if you can pay the price. And therefore, the people who are industrialists, who are in business, they can pay the price and avail of the facilities. It's a majority of the blacks who are poor and who don't have the resources. They feel the pinch. And it is their resources, those people who are coming in are at the same economic level. So it's essentially becoming, I didn't want to use the word, I do hope that it does not assume racial colors, because that would be the worst thing that can happen in South Africa at this time.
Right. Ambassador, in fact, also I want to understand from you, this has completely mutated from isolated riots into highly organized, politically backed movements, in fact. We are seeing a rise of, newer political parties in South Africa that actually pose foreign nationals as a core threat to the natives in South Africa. So do you think that in itself is an indication that this was long in the making, even though this is a modern anti-immigrant crisis in South Africa? This is a result of decades of systemic state decay combined with, you can say a history of recurring violence also that's taken place in South Africa.
South Africa became democratic in 1994.
Yeah.
It has been more than 30 years, now 32 years. In 30 years, a political opposition was bound to take shape. And the political opposition that takes shape, in contradiction to the earlier PAC versus ANC, and the only other opposition party, what the name was, DP, Democratic Party, which was mostly the party of the whites, including Africans, it was going to change. Now there are parties which are actually to the extreme right, and there are mixed parties, and they will take advantage of the current situation to basically bring ANC down. That was going to happen. And therefore, I'm not worried about the political opposition growing up or political landscape changing. But what I'm really worried about is that South Africa going back to the same kind of racial politics which was changed or which it was trying to change after it became democratic in 1994. But it does look like that it is growing up. It's growing in nature.
Well, appreciate you joining us on Republic TV. Thank you so much for joining us on the big story that we're tracking from Africa, from South Africa, viewers. With that, viewers, we will be shifting focus to other stories. Live visual right now on your screens from Johannesburg as foreign nationals, as the undocumented foreigners being asked to leave the country. These are the anti-immigration protests taking place in Johannesburg, in Durban, and other cities in South Africa. Live visuals from Johannesburg, as you see, live visuals coming in. And these are dramatic protests. There was demonstrations all across, as of course the traffic jam as well. Heavy security has been deployed, and many of the cities have been even shut down. And we'll try and get more details. We'll in fact we'll help you understand, viewers, why is it important. Now we have Ambassador Virendra Gupta, former Indian High Commissioner to South Africa. He's live from Johannesburg, in fact, joining us on the broadcast from Johannesburg. Appreciate you joining us, Ambassador Gupta. Sir, since you're in Johannesburg, if you just could give us a sense of what's been happening, what's the sentiment, and what's been the impact of these protests?
Well, there are a lot of illegal immigrants in this country, which is a phenomenon which is not exclusive to South Africa. You see that in America. Many, many years ago, I used to see that in Nigeria, when there were workers from Ghana and many other neighboring countries, where the economy was down. So there are a lot of workers from Malawi, Zimbabwe, and many other neighboring countries. Now, this problem gets accentuated because South Africa's economy itself is in the doldrums. It is basically an extractive economy. And in the times of war and all the other disturbances, it takes a hit. Besides that, South Africa has been facing a very huge amount of unemployment for a very, very long time. I mean, for the last 10, 15 years, the unemployment rates have remained above 30-40%. So you can very understand clearly that there is a lot of discontent. There are very few jobs, and whatever jobs are available are taken up by the illegal immigrants. So people in South Africa, there is a lot of resentment. And that resentment manifests in demonstrations. And these demonstrations, mind you, in the past, sometimes they have turned ugly and violent. So that is why I believe that police and security authorities are taking full precaution to ensure that situation remains under control.
Right, sir. There have been a lot of questions about documentation, a lot of questions about the paperwork that is to be checked. And there have been, of course, many of the migrants have already fled the country in the past few weeks, in 1 month itself, sir. So what has been the demand as far as, is there a process in place that has been, implemented so as to keep a check on the illegal migrants?
Well, anybody who's not legally employed or who doesn't have a work permit is undocumented and illegal. So I think the entire resentment is against the illegal immigrants. There are a lot of Indian immigrants in this country, Indian expatriates working for Indian companies and South African companies. They made it very clear, the protesters and the leaders of those who are protesting, they said they have no difficulty about people who are employed here, foreign nationals who are employed in South Africa, against legal procedures, because every country needs expatriates. So they don't have a problem with that. There are a lot of illegal immigrants. They just come in. In the past, many of them, I believe, had applied for, asylum, which is really a method to hoodwink the, government procedures. So every time there are a lot of people here, the police people get after them. Some of them bribe their way through. It's been going on. But I think one can understand the anger and resentment amongst people. Periodically, these things do figure out, kind of manifest and pour out on the streets. It is not the first time that such demonstrations are taking place in South Africa.
Right, sir. And how do you look at, in your experience, how and what we've been seeing happening all across the continents? We've seen in India also this has been a big issue. It has become a poll issue in multiple of the elections that we've just witnessed in the recent times, where illegal migrants are a core issue. In America, it's in another extreme. We've seen what's happening with the ICE. We've seen the kind of protests that have been taken place, and how the Trump administration has been really, really hard on the migrants. And now we have this African nation that is the richest African nation at the center of it. In Europe also there's a massive migrant crisis. So how do you see in a broader perspective, in a larger perspective, how these movements are springing up and intensifying across the globe?
Well, I can understand. Looking at the Indian perspective, we've had problems from the immigrants from Bangladesh and many other neighboring countries. In India, of course, the problem got accentuated because some political parties were making use of, that illegal immigrants' workforce, and even getting them voter cards and things. So some political parties have very rightly objected to that, and there has been a reaction. And if you extrapolate that, in America, it is ironical. There are a lot of Mexican illegal immigrants, but they contribute to the economy. I mean, if you talk to anyone, the informal economy, particularly the hospitality industry, restaurants and hotels, many of these places are working because of the illegal immigrants. Take the illegal immigrants out from American economy, many people believe will suffer a very big setback. Now in South Africa, it's difficult to say because these illegal immigrants have taken up jobs which would have otherwise gone to people in South Africa. It is also true that many of those jobs are available. South Africans don't offer themselves for those jobs, and they demand much higher salaries. So there is a disconnect between what is the regulated minimum wages and the wages at which these illegal immigrants are hired, and which is why that system is thriving. So I think you will see it everywhere, wherever there is economic downturn. In the times of economic downturn, these things do get manifest very visibly, and you have outpouring on the streets. This is not exclusive to South Africa, and this is also not happening in South Africa for the first time.
Right, yes, very rightly pointed out there. Thank you so much, Ambassador Virendra Gupta, for joining us from Johannesburg and giving us a sense of what's happening on ground zero, and also a larger view of this crisis that's unfolding, in fact, in different countries. Ambassador Deepak Bora also joins us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Very good afternoon to you. And when you see these dramatic shots coming in, sir, from the streets of Johannesburg, it actually presses us to think that how serious the illegal migration issue has become in different continents of the world. So what's your take?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you. Right now, not in the nation's capital, but I hope you can hear me and see me. Right, and I just heard my distinguished colleague, Ambassador Virendra Gupta, who served as High Commissioner in South Africa, talk. I'm special advisor in 3 African countries, Lesotho, South Sudan, and Guinea-Bissau. Lesotho is a country which is quite unusual because on all sides we have South Africa. It's pretty much in the womb of South Africa. Total population of the Basotho, about 3 million, of which we are told about 2 million are documented and undocumented workers in South Africa. This creates enormous challenges. Now, number one, what I call a hierarchy of consular, the right word would be, I won't say insolent, but hierarchy of consular arrogance. What happens, ma'am, is, you remember there used to be a fellow called Billu Bhai Clinton. He was contesting elections in the United States in the 1990s, and somebody said, why should we vote for you? He said, it's the economy, stupid. That's the bottom line. It is the economy, stupid. Now, unemployment in South Africa is growing phenomenally. Yeah. What I'm told by my friends in Lesotho is that it could be up to 40%. 40% of people are unemployed. In Lesotho itself is more than half. One of the other things that happens is when 2 million Basotho go off to work in South Africa and their spouses are left behind, then it generates all kinds of issues. Lesotho has one of the highest percentages of AIDS in the world. And I'm not saying, what the reason is, but it's obvious. So what I see is that unemployment, soaring unemployment, many South Africans, those who lived through the transition when the white regime was booted out and Nelson Mandela and the others came, the African National Congress, they said now all it's going to be milk and honey. And every South African is going to earn so much of money, etc. When I talk about these consular arrogance, the hierarchy, you pick on the foreigner when your economic downturn begins, when your economy is in a mess. 2008, when I was in the area of trouble, and now in the last 4 or 5 years, the thing called operation to do this word or the word are getting our jobs. And when they take our jobs, they crime with them, they bring peace with them, other challenge. Interestingly, people really perform certain requirement. He doesn't have to. But this is what terrible fellow. Look at the comment and kinds of mess. We, as Europe thinks that every Indian out of 1.5 billion Indians will be an illegal immigrant. Europe, every American will be 150 million legal immigrants. I think there is I believe that not end. There is no danger.
Right.
You're going to see a lot happening.
It's just to you because we have breaks coming in. These are protests happening in Arab Coast. This is coming in from BOJK. These are massive protests against the Park administration, the illegally occupying force. In fact, there's a rallying cry of POJK not being part of Pakistan. That is echoing, that is reverberating. Viewers, thousands of demonstrators at Rawalkote's Eidgah ground saying that POJK is not part of Pakistan, delivering another major challenge to Islamabad's control over the region. Ambassador Vora, now how do you see this? The truth is being uttered loud. It is reverberating all across the illegally occupied land that belongs to India, and now the people are also saying that we are not part of Pakistan.
Ma'am, you raised a brilliant issue and you put it very well. There was one buffoon, some kind of a minister, I think the Raksha Mantri, whoever that character is in Jihadistan, who told the people of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, especially those people in this area, that you are not Pakistanis. You're not even Kashmiris. So who are they? And he was probably indirectly admitting that they are Punjabis because there was attempts at re-engineering, demographic re-engineering. I have seen this happen. I've seen the same slogans in Kashmir, the part that is not illegally occupied, but part that's part of India. I heard the same slogans, ma'am, when I was there in the late 2000, the first decade. It was Azadi, Azadi, Leke Rahenge, Azadi. And I used to hear slogans about Jihadistan, Zindabad. Exactly the same thing we are seeing in POK. I'm a Sanatani, ma'am. Karma is very important. It's come back full circle. It's haunting these guys. They taught the fellows there who were protesting in Srinagar and elsewhere, Bolo Azadi, Azadi, leke rahenge Azadi. And these fellows in POJK are saying Azadi, Azadi, leke rahenge Azadi. The major difference is that we were willing to listen. We were willing to talk. We were willing to negotiate. We sent any number of delegations. I was one of them, saying, what do you guys want? And everybody and his grandmother from there, including one chap who's now in jail, some Malik character, Yasin Malik, I think is his name. He's awaiting whatever. He's got 2 life sentences. I hope he gets the death penalty. These chaps, we used to talk to them, try and find a solution. But in Jihadistan, ma'am, there's an expression in English, when the only tool in your toolbox is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So as far as the Pakistani military is concerned, what they have in their hands is a rifle, and so everything has to be settled with a gun. This is what I see happening. Are you with me?
Right, sir. Absolutely,
Right.
sir.
So I think, ma'am, and I'm saying this after 53 years in diplomacy at 75 years of age and having known this area well, this is the beginning of the end. These buffoons better understand that the people of POJK, when they see the development on the Indian side, they say, "Hum alag kyun hoye the? Why did you occupy us? We want to go back to it." They never volunteered to go there. Please remember, they were illegally occupied militarily. And so they are saying, give us back, send us back to our parents, send us back to our motherland, which is Bharat.
Right,
that
sir.
was to be.
Let's listen into that, those chants that have gone up in the air in Rawalkot. We were listening to this video.
वहाँ पर सीज़फायर लाइन पे 0 पॉइंट पे तितली नोट हमारी खवातीन और हमारे बच्चे वहाँ धरना दे के बैठे हुए हैं। ये जो कहते हैं कि राशन जो है वो कश्मीरियों का राशन बंद करेंगे, मैं कहता हूँ हमें तुम्हारे राशन की जरूरत नहीं है, तुम्हें हमारी जरूरत है। थोड़ा ख्याल करो, थोड़ा ख्याल करो, तुम्हें हमारी जरूरत है। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि बाकी रास्ते खुल जाएं और फिर तुम हमारी मिन्नतें करो, हमारे तरले करो। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि तजारती रास्ते फिर बाकी इख्तियार कर लिए जाएं। इसलिए गुजारिश ये है, हालात को नॉर्मल करने के लिए हुक्मरानों को ये अवाम की स्टेट है, यहाँ पर कोई मार्शल लॉ नहीं है, यहाँ पर कोई डिक्टेटर नहीं है। अगर कोई डिक्टेटर हो तो हम किसी डिक्टेटर को नहीं मानते। कश्मीर के अवाम किसी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे, किसी भी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे। इसलिए गुजारिश इनसे यही है, यही इनके साथ जो है वो हम जो है वो पुरअमन ज़मान में यही हम इनसे कहना चाहते हैं कि कश्मीर के लोग अवाम की बैत नहीं करेंगे। कश्मीर के लोग जो है वो कश्मीरियों को, इनकी हालत अजीब है। मीडिया पे बैठते हैं, किसी ने वो बंदर के हाथ में माचिस दी थी, उसने सब चीजों को आग लगा दी थी। इन्होंने इनके हाथ में किसी ने मोबाइल दे दिया, ट्विटर दे दिया, जो उठता है कहता है कश्मीरी जो है वो पहले वफादारी करते हैं। कश्मीर पाकिस्तान का हिस्सा नहीं है, कश्मीर पाकिस्तान की रियासत का हिस्सा नहीं है, ये पाकिस्तान का हमसे वफादारी नहीं। तुम पाकिस्तान के उन मेहनत कशू मजदूरों से वफादारी करो जिन्होंने तुम्हें मुंतखब भी नहीं किया हुआ और फिर भी तुम उनके सरों पर बैठे हुए हो। उनसे वफादारी का जो तरीका कार बनाओ। वहाँ लोगों को रोजगार दो, लोगों को इंसाफ दो, लोगों को तालीम दो, लोगों को वहाँ पर जिंदगी दो, एक जो है वो बाइज्जत जिंदगी वहाँ पर कोशिश करके लोगों को दो।
All right. Thank you so much, Ambassador Gaurav, for joining us. And there you heard, viewers, those slogans that are now echoing across POJK. And viewers, with that, we slip into a very, very short break. But don't go anywhere. We continue to bring you the latest updates coming in from the court. And this is in connection with the Tisha Sharma death case. Giribala and her son, Samad Singh, judicial custody has been extended to the 14th of July.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Mann's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time, and now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 50.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MTH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
Bala Singh and his son Samarth Singh's judicial custody extended to the 14th of July. The CBI yet to receive the second forensic report as well.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MTH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means, look, we are back. And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast, and the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Mann's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with the top stories of the day that we're tracking for you. We also get the latest in the Tisha Sharma death case also. Massive anti-Pakistan protests erupt in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. Protesters chant that POJK not part of Pakistan. India will take care of us, the protesters say. Giribala and her son Samad Singh's judicial custody has been extended to the 14th of July. The CBI still awaits post-mortem report, the second post-mortem report. Ayodhya Ram Mandir Trust General Secretary, who has now stepped down, Champat Rai, denies any involvement in donation theft. Police sees accused Chetan Chaudhary's scooter, which he allegedly used to reach the crime spot at the Lohagarh port in Pune on the day of Ketan's murder.
The SR has started from my house, being the first representative of the state, the Bangalore South District, and from Ramnagara, my officers came. I have signed the form.
And special intensive revision begins across Karnataka today. Drive begins with Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar's residence. And General Dheeraj Seth is the new Chief of the Army Staff. Anti-immigration protesters' agitation erupts in South Africa as 30th of June deadline for immigrants to leave the country ends today. The Prime Minister is set to chair a high-level meeting with the secretaries of all central ministries today at 4:30 p.m. So just a short while from now, we're expecting that meeting to begin. Reforms and improving the ease of doing business are expected to be on agenda of the Prime Minister's meeting. Now, he is likely to review the reforms that Prime Minister Modi has already set the government's goal of turning India into a developed country by 2047. That's the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. And as when we will be celebrating 100 years of independence, but Prime Minister Modi will be chairing this key huddle, key meeting to meet the secretaries from all central ministries. Ease of doing business at the center of it, viewers, and that is going to be important. In fact, we will get you more details when it begins. And this is a high-level meeting with union secretaries on Viksit Bharat roadmap, ease of doing business at the center. Now, news coming in from Ambala, viewers. Child fallen into a 250 foot deep borewell in the fields of Dhanyoda village of Ambala in Haryana. And the 4-year-old child Nirvair Singh was in the fields along with his father, bringing food to his grandfather. And teams from district administration, NDRF and army are engaged in this rescue operation that has been underway since few hours now. And Ambala Deputy Commissioner Ajay Tomar said that efforts to save the child are ongoing. It's another case of civic apathy, viewers, that is coming in. The child falls into a 250-foot deep borewell. Army, NDRF, SDRF, all personnel there on the field, you can see they're all engaged in this rescue operation as they fight against time to save the child. And we'll just try and connect with our reporter to get more updates on that, because when we last spoke to Lalit this afternoon, there were signs of the child communicating, responding. Lalit is now back with us. Lalit, tell us more details about the latest update in this rescue operation. What is really the news now coming in from the village?
It is going to be more than 9 years that the rescue operation is going on in the village Dhanora of the Ambala district. Still, you can see, let me show you the visual also, the NDRF team, the SDRF team and the army and the local administration could be working together in coordination to rescue the 4-year-old child who fell accidentally into the tube well early in the morning around 6:45 a.m. So these are the visuals where you can see that still the joint operation is going on to save the 4-year-old boy. Some hours before, when we had a word with the DC and the SDM of Ambala, they said that they have relocated the boy where it is right now, as the borewell is around 250 feet deep. But the main issue and the main concern is that it is going to be more than 9 years that the rescue operation is going on. And other than that, the water has also found in the borewell, which is around 250 feet deep. So operation is going on to save the life of the little boy, but as per the experts, means that as the weather is also very sultry, and apart from that the water has also been found in the borewell, so the chances of the boys alive is very less. But still the rescue operation is going on, and the whole joint operation in which the NDRF team, the SDRF team and the SDRF and the local administration could be seen in coordination working with each other to save the child. You can still see that in spite that it is raining here in Ambala, you can see that the joint operation is still going on. Apart from that, the medical teams could also be seen here on alert mode, that as soon as the child is recovered and he is moved out from the borewell, immediately he can be taken to the hospital. But till now, the rescue operation is going on. Till now, no efforts has been found so that the rescue team could reach near the child, as it is going to be more than 9.5 hours that the joint operation is going on in the village Dhanora of the Ambala district. Back to the studio.
Right, and in fact, what we understand is that there is rainfall right now that is happening, which could be even putting up some difficulty, isn't it? Because it's raining, as we can see right there on the spot, and it could just add. All right, we have more live shots coming in. This is the screen that's actually getting us a view deep down what's happening in that rescue operation. Viewers, you can see this rope, and you can see the security personnel who have been roped in for the rescue effort. They're also monitoring this visuals so as to get take a look at this entire operation. And now, Lalit, we see that the operation still continues because it's a really deep bore well. At the same time, since there is rainfall, it could be causing more obstacles, isn't it, and more difficulties to carry out the rescue.
Well, definitely, as the rain has just poured in half an hour from the past half an hour, but still the rescue operation is going on. Still, if you talk about here, the mud has got swampy, and if you talk about the rescue operation, yes, there are obstacles in this operation, but if you talk about the way this whole operation is going on, the NDRF team, the SDRF team, and the local administration, let me show you the visual. I will ask my cameraman to once again pan to show you the way this whole operation is right now going on. Apart from whether it is raining, but the operation still continues as efforts are being made so that the life of a 4-year-old boy named Nirbhay could be saved. But as the time has passed, more than 9 hours has gone from when this operation has started. As per the experts, what we had word with the senior officials, water has also found in the borewell. So looking into those conditions, it finds very difficult for the child's life. But still, efforts are being made until the boy is not being recovered. Apart from that, if you talk about the CCTV cameras has also been installed to look after the movement and the location of the child. The past 2 hours, the boy has been located, his hand has been located, but no movement could be seen from there. So looking into those things, it is, as per the expert, it is seen that it is very difficult that the boy could be saved. But still, if there is certain miracle, looking into that, the efforts are being made so that the rescue operation could be finished as fast as this operation.
It's a very narrow bowel there. What we are picking up is that it's around 9 inch, is it? It's very narrow. And the fact that this was open, and what was the child doing? Was he playing around? And has there been any, sort of inquiry into why was it open? Who left it open? What was the, sequence of events? If you could just tell us what have you picked up there, Lalit?
Early in the morning, around 6:30 a.m., when the family members have reached into the fields for the daily work, that time the child also accompanied the grandfather and the uncle. And when the child reached here at this spot where this borewell is being located, it is said to be the borewell of the family only. Around 6:45 a.m. when the child was playing there in the field, accidentally he fell into the open borewell, which was just 9 inch in width, and he accidentally fell into that borewell. After that, there had been a lot of hue and cry as the local village immediately rushed into the spot, and the local villagers officers then called up the local administration, the DC, the SDM, all the officials just reached the spot within no time, and after that rescue operation just started. After the rescue operation, all the team just reached the spot, which includes the NDRF, the SDRF, the local administration, and even the army has also been called so that the rescue operation could started. So initially, first thing was to locate the boy where he has fell. It was found that the borewell is around 250 feet deep. So looking into that, the strategy was being made so that the boy could be rescued. So after hours, the boy was located around 60 feet deep there in the borewell. So efforts were being made, and the boy's hand was also being located in the CCTV cameras, which was being put inside the borewell. But as per the experts, what we have been informed through the senior officials who are doing the rescue operation, that water has also been found in the deep borewell. So as rain has also started, and so looking into this, the probability to save the child is quite less, but still the operation is going on as efforts are still being made so that the child could be rescued from the borewell who fell early in the morning around 6:45 a.m.
You know, last time we spoke, Lalit, you told us about that the child was perhaps waving when he was located somewhere. Any response of late? Has there been any sign that has been learned or has been spotted from by the rescuers?
Well, it is quite unfortunate to tell that no movement is being found with the boy, which has been located around 60 feet deep in the tube well. So efforts are being made so that the boy can be pulled up from the pool well. Looking into that, this operation is going on, but till now no movement has been found. So the authorities are also tight-lipped. No official confirmation regarding that has been given. They are just saying that the operation is going on. All the teams are working jointly so that the boy can be rescued as soon as possible. From the past 9 hours, this operation is going on. Weather is also quite humid. Apart from that, if we talk about the depth and width of the borewell, it is also quite narrow, and the time has also passed. More than 9 hours has passed as the boy has fell into the borewell. So looking into those things, the experts also mean that it is very difficult for the child could have been saved. But still, we can just pray to the God, and the rescue operation is still continuing. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. Well, it's a very, very serious case that is coming in. An absolute case of negligence also that has come to the fore now, Lalit, because that was open. You told us, of course, it was their own field, the family's own field, but the fact remains that it is a case of negligence, because it can happen with any child who could be playing around, and they themselves had a child, the family had a young child, and it's very difficult right now. And as we speak to Lalit viewers, we're getting in those visuals. We can go full frame with the rescue operation that is going on right now. Give us a sense of the deep, how deep this tunnel is, this borewell is. It's 250, around 250 foot deep, open borewell, and around 9-inch wide in the Dhanora village. And this is the child, a 4-year-old child that is being located. In the latest, for a long time now, there have been no signs, as Lalit is telling us. So this is a very, very, grim situation, very, very grim situation. It's a race against time. And as our reporter was telling us, it's been 9 hours that the rescue operation still continues. 9 hours. We see that even the rains are adding to the challenges of this particular rescue operation. we will, of course, continue to get more updates on that. But thank you so much for the moment, Lalit, for joining us with details coming in on that story, viewers. And now we shift our focus to the what's happening right now, viewers, in Maharashtra. Well, it's another devastating setback for Uddhav Thackeray. Senior leader and Legislative Council member Sachin Ahir has now formally joined the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena. Now, Ahir is considered Aditya Thackeray's most trusted aide. He's also filed his nomination for the post of Deputy Chairperson of the Maharashtra Legislative Council soon after switching sides. So yet another setback coming in for the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray party, and is said to be aide of Aditya Thackeray. Let's take a listen in. That's coming from Sachin Ahir, the reaction.
हमारे प्रवक्ता उसके बारे में बात करेंगे, जो भी राजनीतिक सवाल है 2 दिन के बाद मैं बात करूंगा। काम करने वाले व्यक्ति के लिए तो कठिन नहीं है सफर, बहुत ईमानदारी के साथ और जोश के साथ काम करूंगा। हमारे प्रवक्ता उसके बारे में बात करेंगे, जो भी राजनीतिक सवाल है 2 दिन के बाद मैं बात करूंगा। काम करने वाले व्यक्ति के लिए तो कठिन नहीं है सफर, बहुत ईमानदारी के साथ और जोश के साथ काम करूंगा।
So there were, of course, celebrations, and he was welcomed with open arms. We also have Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, Sunita Pawar, who were present while he was defecting to the Shinde Sena. Let's take a listen to what Shrikant Shinde had to say on that.
मैं सबसे पहले तो सचिन आहिर जी का तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं, उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और उनके नेतृत्व में अच्छा काम जो है विधान परिषद में आने वाले समय में जरूर होगा। मैं सबसे पहले तो सचिन आहिर जी का तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं, उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और उनके नेतृत्व में अच्छा काम जो है विधान परिषद में आने वाले समय में जरूर होगा।
And Indian Army is expanding its use of long-endurance drones to strengthen the border surveillance and operational reach. General Upendra Dwivedi, a day ahead of relinquishing his post, had announced the raising of new specialized drone units under the Army Aviation Corps. Now, these formations will manage the remotely piloted aircraft for persistent intelligence surveillance and recce tasks, the reconnaissance tasks, and they will operate platforms such as the MQ-9B Sky Guardian Heron and Hermes drones along with Indian-made systems. This is going to be called the BAS Battalion, viewers, the BAS Battalion, and the units will focus on deep reconnaissance target designation and sustained data management from long-flying unmanned aircraft. And the name, of course, BAS, makes you understand it's about the sight of an eagle, being eagle-eyed. And this also comes in as the Army's overall drone fleet has grown beyond 50,000, expected to double in the coming years. And the new formations will work at the operational level, complementing the existing Ashni drone platoons already present in the infantry battalions. Ashni units handle the close tactical support. The new battalions will provide wider area coverage and longer range detonation. In fact, the Army Aviation Corps is going to command these specialist units to improve the persistent monitoring along the borders.
The Indian Army is raising new specialized drone units called BAS battalions to handle long-range surveillance and strike support along its borders. BAS battalions are specialized formations created to manage remotely piloted aircraft at the operational level. Their main task includes surveillance along the borders, deep reconnaissance into areas beyond the frontline target designation for strikes, and handling large volumes of data from long-endurance drones. These battalions will provide sustained coverage over difficult terrain and support longer-range actions rather than short-range tasks close to infantry troops. The platforms BAS battalions will use include several long-endurance systems already in the inventory or entering service. The MQ-9B Sky Guardian from the United States can fly for more than 40 hours at altitudes above 40,000 feet and carry sensors along with weapons. Israeli Heron and Hermes drones have already flown many missions over the northern borders and offer medium-altitude, long-endurance performance. Indian-made drones from companies such as IdeaForge will also form part of the fleet. These platforms allow continuous monitoring of high altitude and remote areas where ground-based sensors face limits due to weather and terrain. The Army Aviation Corps will lead the BAS battalions. This places the units alongside other aviation assets and gives a single command chain for planning and executing sustained drone missions. Inside each battalion, a specialist pool of personnel will handle operations maintenance data processing, and software updates. These soldiers and officers will receive focused training on remotely piloted aircraft so they can manage mixed fleets from different countries and keep the systems ready for continuous use. The Indian Army already operates more than 50,000 drones. This number has risen sharply from only a few hundred platforms about 2 years ago. Current plans call for the total fleet to double within the next 2 to 3 years. BAS battalions form one part of this wider growth in drone capability. The Army has also placed Ashni drone platoons in around 380 infantry battalions. Each Ashni platoon has 20 to 25 soldiers trained to operate small surveillance drones, loitering munitions, and first-person view systems for tasks right next to ground troops. Ashni platoons focus on immediate local needs. They provide close reconnaissance, short-range strikes, and support such as moving supplies or aiding medical evacuation near the front line. BAS battalions work at a different level. They deliver wider area coverage that lasts for many hours and reaches deeper into adversary territory. The two types of units do not replace each other. Instead, they create layers where Ashni platoons handle tactical work close to soldiers, while BAS battalions maintain the broader operational picture and direct longer range effects. This layered approach developed after Operation Sindoor in May 2025. In that operation, drones and loitering munitions helped strike targets with precision. Border standoffs along the northern frontier also showed the value of units that can keep watch for long periods in high altitude conditions. BAS battalions centralize the expertise needed to run complex long-endurance drones at scale. They will manage the full cycle of deployment, maintenance, data, exploitation and replenishment so the Army can absorb new platforms without gaps in coverage. Personnel in BAS battalions will follow common standards for training and operations. This reduces problems that come with mixed fleets from different makers. The battalions will feed real-time information to commanders at higher levels and link drone sensors with artillery and other strike assets. As the overall drone numbers grow, the need for such dedicated units increases because long-endurance aircraft require constant attention that regular infantry or artillery units cannot provide on their own. BAS battalions therefore add a clear operational tier to the Army drone structure. They will use the MQ-9B Sky Guardian Heron Hermes and Indian platforms to maintain persistent border watch and support strikes at longer ranges. The Army Aviation Corps will command these units through a specialist cadre trained for the full remotely piloted aircraft ecosystem. At the same time, Ashni platoons continue their tactical role inside infantry battalions. Together, the two systems give the Army both close support and sustained deeper coverage as drone strength moves past 50,000 platforms and keeps expanding. This setup matches the requirement for continuous induction of new drones and upgrades while keeping operations steady along the borders.
And with that, we'll slip into a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll bring you the visuals that have come in from Rawalkot of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where chants of "We are not of Pakistan, India will take care of us" have been echoing, and as the protests against Pakistan continue.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
And by the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van. And then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, Le fir aage, which means, look, we are back. And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj. A 4-year-old child has fallen 250 feet into a borewell in Ambala. The SDRF, NDRF and even the Indian Army has been roped in for the rescue operations. Republic reports live from the spot of the incident. But first, like usual, a check on your headlines. Massive anti-Pakistan protests erupt in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Protesters chant, POK, not a part of Pakistan. India will take care of us. Ex-Judge Giribala and her son Samarth Singh's judicial custody extended till the July 14th.
Started from my house, being the first representative of the state, the Bangalore South District, and from Ramnagara, my officers came. I have signed the form.
Special intensive revision begins across Karnataka today. Drive begins with Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar's residence. General Dheeraj Seth takes over as the new Chief of the Army Staff. Anti-immigration protesters' agitation erupt in Johannesburg, says 30th of June the deadline for immigrants to leave the country. And now, viewers, starting first with a breaking development that's coming in on the West Asia war. Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson says that US envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in Doha to meet Qatari mediators on the US-Iran talks, with no high-level Washington-Tehran meeting planned. So, in fact, after hostilities returned between the US and Iran, a second round of mediation talks is going to be brokered by Qatar. This will take place in Doha. Now, Qatar has also made it amply clear that no direct US-Iran talks are scheduled in Doha, despite Donald Trump's claims. Now, American envoys are meeting the mediators over the tensions in West Asia and over Hormuz issue remaining unresolved. Now, Qatar has clarified that no direct talks between the United States and Iran are scheduled in Doha, even as senior American envoys will arrive in the Gulf state for high-level discussions that will be linked to regional tensions and the very fragile US-Iran truce. Now, in fact, the Qatari foreign officials also said that US envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's advisor Jared Kushner are in Doha for consultations with Qatari mediators, but they stressed that the visit does not involve any direct negotiations between the US and Iranian officials. So a second round of peace talks between the United States and Iran, with the warring sides not coming face to face. This comes after, on the 19th, a peace accord, the final draft, was signed by both the United States and Iran in Switzerland. However, tensions returned to the war zone in West Asia right after the signing of that document. And now peace continues to remain fragile in the West Asia war. Now, in fact, US envoy Steve Witkoff and even Trump's advisor Jared Kushner are in Doha. They are going to hold high-level talks with the delegation of Qatar that's looking to broker peace and mediation between the warring sides. And now, viewers, shifting focus. We have more developments coming in connected to the Tisha Sharma death case. The CBI now has filed an application to obtain Samarth Singh's laptop password and even voice sample. Now, meanwhile, Tisha's father alleges that Giribala and Samarth were earlier murderers and now they are thieves too. He further called for the case to be transferred to Delhi, the national capital. On the other hand, Tisha's brother, Major Harshit Sharma, terms the theft incident suspicious. Remember, this comes in connection with a theft, a burglary attempt that was at Samarth Singh's and ex-judge Giribala Singh's Bhopal residence. Now, Tisha's family is raising suspicion over the theft. They are calling it a plot of a major controversy. Allegations of negligence have also leveled against the Bhopal police. In fact, Major Harshit Sharma, Tisha's brother, has alleged that accusation made that the theft was orchestrated to destroy the evidence in Tisha Sharma's unnatural death case. In fact, he says that the theft might have been staged because there could be evidence against Giribala Singh inside the very Bhopal residence. Listen in.
ये चोरी है या ये कोई एफर्ट है उनकी तरफ से, इट इज येट टू बी डिटरमाइंड. द कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस हिमसेल्फ इज नॉट अवेयर ऑफ द फुल पिक्चर. कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस के 3 स्टेटमेंट अलग अलग आ चुके हैं. जो एसीपी इसमें डायरेक्टली इन्वॉल्व है उनके भी अलग अलग स्टेटमेंट है. इट इज नॉट असर्टेन्ड वेदर देयर वर 2 इंडिविजुअल्स, 4 इंडिविजुअल्स और 6 इंडिविजुअल्स. सबके स्टेटमेंट पुलिस ने निकाल दिए हैं. पुलिस इज येट टू कंफर्म कितने वहाँ पे लोग हैं. जब कमिश्नर ऑफ भोपाल पुलिस को नहीं पता है वहाँ पे क्या हुआ है और वो बोल रहे हैं कि हिरासत में लिए थे और फिर वहाँ से भाग गए. जो सामान हुआ था वो सीज हुआ है. एक स्टेटमेंट में ये आया है, एक स्टेटमेंट में आया कि सामान सीज नहीं हुआ है. तो पुलिस तक को नहीं पता है इसमें क्या हो रहा है. द सेम पुलिस जो इनिशियली इतनी सारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लैप्स कर चुकी थी कि हमें सीबीआई के दरवाजे पर दस्तक देनी पड़ी, वो अभी इतनी चौकस हो चुकी है कि क्राइम होते होते उन्होंने पकड़ लिया है. तो दिस इज समथिंग वेरी अनहर्ड ऑफ. तो ये तो मतलब उनको बहुत अवार्ड देने चाहिए जिन्होंने इनको पकड़ा है. क्राइम करते हुए पकड़ लिया उनको. क्राइम करते समय इनने क्या स्टेटमेंट आया कि इन्होंने डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी निकाले हैं वहाँ पे. चोरों को डॉक्यूमेंट से क्या मतलब है. सुबह के 2 बजे जब वहाँ पे गए हैं, अकॉर्डिंग टू द लॉयर, सुबह के 2 बजे उन्होंने घर में एंट्री करी है और उन्होंने डॉक्यूमेंट्स निकाले हैं. दे न्यू कहाँ पे प्रिसाइजली वहाँ पे रखे हैं. 3 मंजिले घर में अगर आप ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे सो रहे हैं, लोहे की अलमारी तोड़ना और उसके बाद लॉकर तोड़ना, उसके बावजूद को जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे सो रहा है उसको पता नहीं पड़ रहा है क्या. ही वॉज नॉट अवेयर. उनको सुबह 6 बजे जाके पता पड़ता है कि हाँ अलमारी खुली हुई है. अलमारी तोड़ के, लॉकर तोड़ के किसी ने निकाला है, उनको कोई आवाज नहीं आई है.
And now, viewers, fresh questions are also being raised over the delay in Twisha's second post-mortem report. Key forensic report is still awaited in Twisha's death case. The family is also raising continuous questions over the delay of the second post-mortem report. In fact, my colleague Satya Vijay also spoke to Tisha Sharma's father, who continues to campaign for justice for his slain daughter. Listen in.
आज सर सीबीआई ने फिर से रिमांड दोनों आरोपी हैं समर सिंह गिरिबाला सिंह, इनके संबंध में 14 दिन की कस्टडी बढ़ाई जाए, इसको एप्लीकेशन फाइल करा। उसमें तर्क है, अभी सीएफएसएल की रिपोर्ट बची हैं, इनसे बहुत सारे एविडेंस कलेक्ट होने हैं, बहुत सारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंसेस रिट्रीव होने हैं। उसी के संबंध में 2 एडिशनल एप्लीकेशन भी फाइल करी गई। एक उनके स्पेसिमेन लेने के लिए, कोई ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग है जो उनको मिली है इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान, उसमें इन दोनों की आवाज़ को मैच करना है, उसके लिए स्पेसिमेन मांगने के लिए इन्होंने एप्लीकेशन फाइल करा है। इसके बाद जो लैपटॉप था समर सिंह का, उसको सीज कर लिया गया था 25 तारीख को। उसमें बहुत सारा डाटा रिट्रीव हुआ, बहुत सारा नहीं हो पाया क्योंकि वो पासवर्ड प्रोटेक्टेड है, तो उसका पासवर्ड दिया जाए, इसके संबंध में भी सीबीआई ने एप्लीकेशन फाइल करी है। इन 2 इंटरिम एप्लीकेशंस पे जवाब के लिए जो आरोपी के वकील हैं उन्होंने समय लिया, 3/7 इसकी डेट लगी है, और कस्टडी के संबंध में 14/7 की डेट लगा दी गई है, और 14/7 तक के लिए जुडिशियल कस्टडी में।
किसका है और किसके सैंपल मांगेगा?
ऑडियो के संबंध में एक ऑडियो जो उनको मिला होगा, सीबीआई को डिटेल उन्होंने एप्लीकेशन में नहीं लिखा है, लेकिन जो ऑडियो मिला है उसमें जरूर इन दोनों की आवाज है, जिसको मैच करने के लिए उन्होंने स्पेसिमेन के लिए एप्लीकेशन
गिरिवाला और समर्थ किया।
हाँ, उस एप्लीकेशन इसलिए फाइल करी और दोनों के स्पेसिमेन मांगे।
अच्छा सर, सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट अभी तक नहीं आई, डिले हो रहा है, क्या वजह लग रही है? क्या केस को कमजोर करने के लिए या कुछ टेक्निकल दिक्कत आती है?
नहीं, ये तो हम नहीं कहेंगे कि केस को कमज़ोर करने के लिए उसमें कोई डिले हो रहा होगा। टेक्निकली ज़रूर चीज़ें हो सकती हैं। मुझे शुरू से ये आभास था कि न्यू दिल्ली एम्स की टीम सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट पीस मील में नहीं देगी, क्योंकि पहले ही कुछ इश्यूज आए थे। हम सबको मालूम है कि जो लिगेचर बेल्ट है वो सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम में भी नहीं हो पाया था अवेलेबल, क्योंकि एफएसएल के लिए भेज दिया गया था सागर। तो एक पॉसिबिलिटी जो मुझे समझ में आती है वो ये है कि दे वांट टू गिव अ कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट। एफएसएल रिपोर्ट्स आने में टाइम लगता है, जिसमें त्विशा के नेल सीज हुए थे, तो उसके ज़रूर डीएनए एग्जामिनेशन की रिपोर्ट एक इशू है, विसरा रिपोर्ट एक इशू है, और हो सकता है कि उनने ये भी हो कि अब अगर बेल्ट चला गया है एफएसएल के लिए तो उसकी एफएसएल भी हो जाए, तो उससे फिर क्रॉस मैच भी हो सकता है। मतलब अगर देखिए दोनों पक्षों के लिए वो एक स्थिति बनती है। अगर हमारे एंगल से देखें तो एक ये पॉसिबिलिटी है कि उस बेल्ट में अगर कुछ एफएसएल की चीज़ें नहीं मिलती हैं तो इसका मतलब वो बेल्ट ही नहीं था। त्विशा के नेल्स में अगर कोई चीज़ डीएनए के संबंध में मिलती हैं तो वो एक डेवलपमेंट होगा। तो अभी तो ठीक है, वेट कर रहे हैं, 3 तारीख को उनने यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया को उसमें रिप्लाई देना है। अगर हमें ज़रा भी ऐसा लगता है कि कोई अनयूजुअल डिले अभी और हो रहा है तो फिर हमारे पास कोर्ट्स के थ्रू जाने का है कि हम इतनी बार उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करें कि कोर्ट ही पता कर ले न्यू दिल्ली एम्स से कि आपको समय क्यों लग रहा है। हाँ।
मुझे बहुत कहते हुए दुख हो रहा है कि पहले तो ये हत्यारे थे, हत्यारे से चोर बन गए। ये पहले तो हत्यारे थे और अब ये चोर बन गए। ये चोरी किस समय काल में हो रही है, कैसे हो रही है, सारी चीज़ों को अगर आप देखोगे तो कोई आम आदमी बोलेगा ये है कि हो क्या रहा है ये इस देश में। और मेरा माननीय कोर्ट से, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से दोबारा पुनः निवेदन है कि आपने ज़रूर हमारा सुओ मोटो लिया है इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायस का और प्रोसीजरल इरेगुलरिटीज़ का, इसकी तरफ थोड़ा सा ध्यान दें, क्योंकि ये केस एक सिंपल केस डाउरी डेथ का नहीं है। इस केस में बहुत सारे लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं। हम पहले दिन से कहते आ रहे हैं, मैंने नाम तक लिया है, इसमें लोकायुक्त की फैमिली इन्वॉल्व है, इसमें बहुत सारे जजेस इन्वॉल्व है, बहुत सारे मेडिकल फैटर्निटी के लोग इन्वॉल्व है। तो जब हम खुल के बोल रहे हैं आपसे, उसके बाद ये ऐसी घटनाएं हो रही हैं, तो कौन सी एजेंसी है जो इसकी जाँच करेगी और बाहर लाएगी प्रोब को? हम तो डिमांड कर रहे हैं।
In fact, Twisha's father, Mr. Navnidhi Sharma, also joins us live on the broadcast. Sir, Republic has been campaigning for the same thing. We also are demanding justice for Twisha, but the case is becoming more and more grim. There was a burglary attempt at Giribala's house, and you have some things to say about it. You are saying that this could be a staged operation. I want to first understand your take on this, sir. So I'm requesting you if you could please unmute your mic. We cannot hear you.
Audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. तो मेरा कहना ये है कि नमस्कार एवरीबॉडी। ये कहना है मेरा कि ये एक रिसेंट एक आपने रिपब्लिक ने एक पंजाब के सीएम का भगवंत मान का एक वीडियो क्लिप दिखाया था सारी जनता को, कि जिसमें उन्होंने अपने आप ही बना करके एक फॉल्स वीडियो और डाल दिया था ताकि वो बच सके। सेम मेरे को पैरेलल्स लगते हैं यहाँ पर भी, क्योंकि चोरी का अगर आप चोरी हुई है एफआईआर से लेकर के जो 5-6 स्टेटमेंट जो मीडिया के अंदर आए हैं, एसीपी ने दिए हैं, पुलिस कमिश्नर ने दिए हैं, और आज जो वकील ने कोर्ट में बोला है, वो सब डिफरेंट है। कोई कॉन्क्रीट पता ही नहीं है किसको कि चोरी का हुआ एक्चुअल में क्या है। वहां पर सब अपनी अपनी स्टोरी बता रहे हैं। और इसमें एक चीज जो निकल के आ रही है वो ये है कि आज वकील ने उस चोरी को, घटना को पूरी तरीके से यूज करने की कोशिश की, ताकि जो है जज साहिबा उसको उन्होंने प्रेशराइज किया जज साहिबा को कि कैसे भी उस केस को, चोरी के केस को इस केस से रिलेट किया जाए, जो कि मना कर दिया गया अंततः जी। तो ये सारी चीज रिफ्लेक्ट कर रही है मैडम कि हम जो फाइट लेके चल रहे हैं शुरू से, बिगिनिंग से, इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायस का, प्रोसीजरल इरेगुलरिटीज का, तो यही तो करते आ रहे हैं। ये आपने देखा कि पहले वो जेल में उन्होंने किया कि जेल में वो अपना मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज लेने शुरू कर दिया, हॉस्पिटल चले गए थे, बाद में वहां पर उस जेलर को हटाया गया। अभी दोबारा इन्होंने ये कोशिश की है कि किसी तरीके से वो बाहर आ जाए, इंटरिम बेल पर बाहर आ जाए। तो ये डेस्परेट एफर्ट्स क्या दिखाते हैं, क्या इंडिकेट करते हैं? और क्या इसका प्रोब नहीं होना चाहिए जी? क्या इस कैकस को बाहर नहीं निकालना चाहिए कि यह देश के लिए खतरनाक नहीं है? क्या इस तरीके से पुलिस एक्टिव होती है?
नवनिधि जी, इस पूरी चोरी के अटेम्प्ट में डॉक्यूमेंट्स चोरी हुए हैं गिरीबाला के घर से, जो कि आप कह रहे हैं, मेजर हर्षित शर्मा त्विषा के भाई हैं, आपके बेटे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि ये एविडेंस चोरी की गई है, इसीलिए ये एक स्टेज्ड अटेम्प्ट था। और आप ये भी मांग रख रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट के सामने कि केस को दिल्ली ट्रांसफर किया जाना चाहिए। तो उस बारे में भी आप क्या और बता सकते हैं हमें?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए, जो हम तो हमेशा ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए, नॉन बायस चीज के लिए लड़ते आए हैं। हमने यही बोला न्यूट्रल ग्राउंड होना चाहिए, क्योंकि यहाँ पर आप सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट देखें, ये लोग मान ही नहीं रहे हैं। एक के बाद दूसरी घटना, दूसरे के बाद तीसरी घटना, और ऐसी अप्रत्याशित घटना की जिसको कभी एक्सप्लेन नहीं किया जा सकता, पचाया नहीं जा सकता जिसको। अभी चोरी हो गई, चोरी होने का टाइमिंग क्या था, क्या चोरी हो गया और क्यों चोरी हो गया? नीचे लोग घर में सो रहे थे, वो ताला तोड़ने पर जागे तक नहीं। अलमीरा तोड़ी गई, दो अलमीरा तोड़ी गई, ताला तोड़ा गया, फिर भी वो जागे नहीं, और एफआईआर लिखाने कोई नहीं पहुंचा था। फिर बाद में एफआईआर लिखाने पहुंचे, 5 बार स्टेटमेंट इनके चेंज हो रहे। आज भी किसी को पक्का पता नहीं है कि एक्चुअल में हुआ क्या, क्योंकि ये लोग प्लॉट तो कर दिया इन्होंने, पर उसको कैसे फ्रेमिंग करनी चाहिए इनको नहीं पता था। प्लॉटिंग तो हो गई, आज ये यूज भी करने की कोशिश की इन लोगों ने पूरी तरीके से, और आगे फ्यूचर के लिए भी यूज करेंगे कि कोई एविडेंस चाहिए तो बोलेंगे हमारे यहाँ तो चोरी हो गई।
जी नवनिधि जी, समर्थ और गिरीबाला की जुडिशियल कस्टडी को एक्सटेंड किया गया है। 14 जुलाई की डेट जो अभी आई है वो दी गई है कोर्ट्स के द्वारा। तो आपको क्या इससे कोई होप दिखाई देती है कि ये केस आपके फेवर में, ये केस सेकंड फोरेंसिक रिपोर्ट्स जो हैं, सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट्स जो हैं, उस पे अलग क्वेश्चंस अभी भी रेज हो रहे हैं, पर आपको ये जुडिशियल कस्टडी एक्सटेंशन से आपको लगता है कि कोई होप है, ये केस उस डायरेक्शन में जा रहा है जहां आप कह रहे हैं कि ये केस जाना चाहिए?
नहीं, इससे कुछ डिसाइड नहीं होता है। जुरिडिक्शन ये सीबीआई का अपना मैटर है, अपना इंटरनल उनका अपनी प्रोटोकॉल्स है कि जब तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन उनको नहीं कंप्लीट होती है, उनको एक टाइम पीरियड है, 2 months का टाइम पीरियड है, फिर एक्सटेंडेड 1 month का टाइम पीरियड है, दे कैन यूज देयर टाइम। उसमें मतलब ये नहीं कहा जा सकता कि किसको एडवांटेज मिल रहा है, किसको नहीं एडवांटेज मिल रहा है। पर हाँ, हमें PM2 का इंतजार है, क्योंकि PM2 एक बहुत क्रूशियल एविडेंस बन के निकल के आएगा, जो सच्चाई है वो निकल के आएगी। और PM2 एक बहुत रेलिवेंट डॉक्यूमेंट है, क्योंकि अभी ये फॉरेंसिक डॉक्यूमेंट ही है जो आगे केस की दिशा तय करेगा।
जी जी, नवनिधि जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद। हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं इस लड़ाई में। Now viewers, it's time to shift focus. We're getting in some more breaking development, and this time it comes from in Telangana, in fact. A massive protest erupted today in front of the Telangana State Higher Education Council in Hyderabad. This was the ABVP that was demanding that Telangana government should release fee reimbursements and pending scholarships for all students. The ABVP leaders also alleged that the police carried out a lathi charge against the students while they were staging a peaceful protest demanding the reimbursements. They also alleged that the Congress government is now trying to remove the fee reimbursement scheme altogether. The leaders were detained and were shifted to the local police stations as well. These are the visuals on your screens coming in from Hyderabad in Telangana, right outside the state's education ministry, where the student leaders of the ABVP took to the streets to protest against the fee reimbursement delays and scholarship delays that the students across the state have been subjected to. In fact, our colleague Aishwarya also joins us live to get us more updates into the matter. Aishwarya, speak to us about the entire environment that's gotten so tense so quick.
Yes, as you can see the visuals, the ABVP leaders today marched into the Higher Secondary Association, the Telangana office, and then they demanded and they spoke to the officials saying that this long-standing pending issues of the fee reimbursements should be addressed by the leader, by the management, by the administration, and they were in talks with the Higher Secondary management and administration as well. But however, the things quickly spiraled and escalated into a brawl and a scuffle outside the Higher Secondary, where the ABVP leaders were standing outside while the senior leaders were inside and talking. And because there was no response or there was no proper adequate response or clarification from the management, they took to a protest outside the secondary administration block, where they questioned the Congress government about the fee reimbursement. They also went on to allege that this is a long-standing issue that has been in Telangana, where for a very long time the leaders of private schools and even the leaders, the management, the teachers association, the school management associations, everybody were submitting their representation to the Telangana government, questioning about the fee reimbursements. There were also protests where schools were closed for one day, but however still there was no response from the government, and that is the reason this entire ABVP spiraled into a very big protest outside the higher secondary school, and after which they were detained and they were sent to the local police stations. However, the Telangana government as well as the higher secondary administration is still yet to give a response on how will they address these concerns that are being raised by the ABVP leaders as well as the school associations.
Right, Aishwarya. In fact, also speak to us about, what is the reaction of the state government on this? We are also hearing that the Congress government is looking to completely discard the reimbursement, scheme and also the scholarship schemes.
Absolutely. If you see, the Congress government is yet to respond on this protest that they have been organized very largely today outside the administration block. But what the ABVP leaders here are alleging that the fee reimbursement, which was a part of the process, has been the Congress government is attempting to scrape the entire process, because these were the demands that the school management, the private school management, as well as several other associations related to the school and the education department were organizing for a very long time since the Congress government has got into power, but still there was no response. Though they were trying to address the situation previously, but still there was no response. All they had to say is that they do not have enough money in the treasury of the Congress government, enough to address the fee reimbursement issue for now, and that is the reason they are delaying the fee reimbursements. But however, today the ABVP leaders are clearly alleging that the Congress government is trying to scrape the entire fee reimbursement process that was in place. But however, we have to yet to watch what the Congress government as well as the higher secondary management will respond to this particular protest organized in such a large scale today.
Definitely, Aishwarya. And like you said, we will closely keep an eye on this. Thanks very much for joining in on the broadcast. Now, viewers, shifting focus. A decisive action in Ayodhya has cracked down on those allegedly involved in the Ram Mandir donation theft case. With 8 accused already arrested, banking records from 7 banks are under scanner now. Jailed suspects are yet to face fresh interrogation, including Avinash Shukla, who was caught on the CCTV from the 5th of June. Former Trust General Secretary Champat Rai has cooperated fully with investigators, and he's also asserted that it was his own swift intervention that led to the accused being caught in the first place. This, as he says, that his involvement is absolutely not a possibility in this entire theft case. As the probe gathers pace, UP's Congress chief Ajay Rai is under a house arrest ahead of the Ram Mandir visit. In fact, AIMIM's chief Owaisi continues his pattern of casting doubts over the investigation. The probe proceeds methodically, securing records, examining transactions and questioning the accused. Here's a full report. Take a look.
The actions alleged to the Ram Mandir theft is gathering pace. Police have stepped up the probe, making arrests, recovering cash and valuables, while scrutinizing financial transactions and digital evidence. So far, 8 accused have been arrested in connection with the case. As investigators continue questioning the accused and collecting evidence to establish the alleged conspiracy, the court has extended their judicial custody. Police claim to have recovered cash worth 79.85 lakh during the investigation. Gold jewelry and other valuables allegedly linked to the case have also been recovered and are being examined as a part of the probe. The Ram Mandir theft has taken a dramatic turn, as Uttar Pradesh Congress President Ajay Rai has been placed under house arrest at a hotel in Ayodhya. This is ahead of the proposed Congress delegation visit to the Ram Mandir. Meanwhile, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has also entered the debate, questioning aspects of the investigation.
जिनको गिरफ्तार किया गया उनको पुलिस कस्टडी भी नहीं ली जाती। अब शायद आज के बाद, मेरे बोलने के बाद, शायद कल पुलिस कस्टडी ले लेंगे। बताओ आज क्या हो रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश में। मेरे अजीज दोस्तों और बुजुर्गों, हम आपसे अपील कर रहे हैं कि अपने इत्तेहाद को मजबूत करिए। और ये बीजेपी आरएसएस वालों से हम पूछना चाह रहे हैं, ये चंपक आपका लाडला है या नहीं है, बताओ हमको।
Former Trust General Secretary Champat Rai has also recorded his statement before the police. According to the police sources, Rai denied any involvement in the alleged theft.
And viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of Live and Breaking. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we continue tracking massive protests that have broken out in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The protesters are chanting that POK is no more a part of Pakistan and India will take care of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So, pro-India slogans being raised in POK. Getting you all the details on the other side.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Mann's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover 2 lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always at least.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old.
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? No, if you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. Massive protests have erupted in the Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, with some of the protesters suggesting that if food does not come from Islamabad, it can come from New Delhi, even going on to say that Pak-occupied Kashmir is not at all a part of Pakistan. Rawalpindi generals getting sweat. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Massive anti-Pakistan protests erupt in POK. Protesters chant POK not part of Pakistan. Slogans say India will take care of us. Pakistan minister threatens India over Indus waters. Says, quote, we will cut off those hands. PM Modi calls key meet with all central secretaries today. Governance reforms on the agenda. Clashes erupt between BJP and Congress workers over SIR exercise in Karnataka. Another setback Another setback for Uddhav Thackeray. All right, let's begin with the story under focus. Massive protests in Rawalkot of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir against the Pak administration. And the protesters are saying that POJK is not part of Pakistan in any manner. Thousands of demonstrators, in fact, have been protesting at the Eidgah grounds of Rawalkot since June of 9. It's 22nd day, and they have reiterated that if the Islamabad establishment does not treat residents of the Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir or the Kashmiris there with the kind of respect they deserve, they are going to look at in the other directions. And some of the speakers suggested that doors are open for India. Let's listen to them.
0 point पे तितली नोट हमारी खवातीन और हमारे बच्चे वहाँ धरना दे के बैठे हुए हैं। ये जो कहते हैं कि राशन जो है वो कश्मीरियों का राशन बंद करेंगे, मैं कहता हूँ हमें तुम्हारे राशन की जरूरत नहीं है, तुम्हें हमारी जरूरत है। थोड़ा ख्याल करो, थोड़ा ख्याल करो, तुम्हें हमारी जरूरत है। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि बाकी रास्ते खुल जाएं और फिर तुम हमारी मिलते करो, हमारे तरले करो। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि तजारती रास्ते फिर बाकी इख्तियार कर लिए जाएं। इसलिए गुजारिश ये है, हालात को नॉर्मल करने के लिए हुक्मरानों को ये अवाम की स्टेट है, यहाँ पर कोई मार्शल लॉ नहीं है, यहाँ पर कोई डिक्टेटर नहीं है। अगर कोई डिक्टेटर हो तो हम किसी डिक्टेटर को नहीं मानते। कश्मीर के अवाम किसी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे, किसी भी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे। इसलिए गुजारिश इनसे यही है, यही इनके साथ जो है वो
Major Samarpal Tour joins us for more on this. Major, you heard that speaker in Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Rawalkot protests. It's clear that the Kashmiris on the other side of line of control are equally fed up with the Pakistanis and they are looking for a way out. I mean, is this time, you think, Major Tour, for India to get involved seriously?
Abhishek, I think too soon actually, but you see, this is the exact strategy that Pakistan is seeing, because the more atrocity and the more they try to use violent methods to suppress these Azad Jammu Kashmir public, the rhetoric becomes more strong. At this point, it is strong enough, but not convincing enough for the Indian government to take a firm stand. And other than that, it needs to be completed. They need to send a delegation to India. And you see, till it was conducted for the people of Azad Jammu Kashmir, they were with Pakistan. Now that they have differences, suddenly India becomes their option to join. It doesn't happen.
Major, you know, there is some audio issue. We'll fix that and come back to you in a bit. But let's listen to one of those speakers there at the protest site once again.
सीजफायर लाइन पे 0 पॉइंट पे तितली नोट हमारी खवातीन और हमारे बच्चे वहाँ धरना दे के बैठे हुए हैं। ये जो कहते हैं कि राशन जो है वो कश्मीरियों का राशन बंद करेंगे, मैं कहता हूँ हमें तुम्हारे राशन की जरूरत नहीं है, तुम्हें हमारी जरूरत है। थोड़ा ख्याल करो, तुम्हें हमारी जरूरत है। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि बाकी रास्ते खुल जाएं और फिर तुम हमारी मिलते करो, हमारे तरले करो। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि तजारती रास्ते फिर बाकी इख्तियार कर लिए जाएं। इसलिए गुजारिश ये है, हालात को नॉर्मल करने के लिए हुक्मरानों को ये अवाम की स्टेट है, यहाँ पर कोई मार्शल लॉ नहीं है, यहाँ पर कोई डिक्टेटर नहीं है। अगर कोई डिक्टेटर हो तो हम किसी डिक्टेटर को नहीं मानते। कश्मीर के अवाम किसी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे, किसी भी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे। इसलिए गुजारिश इनसे यही है, यही इनके साथ जो है वो हम जो है वो पुरअमन ज़मान में यही हम इनसे कहना चाहते हैं कि कश्मीर के लोग अवाम की बैत नहीं करेंगे। कश्मीर के लोग।
All right, coming out of this and on to some national politics, 23 opposition parties, including the DMK and the AAP, have written to the Chief Justice of India on the Election Commission's SIR exercise, the special intensive revision of electoral rolls. The signatories include all major indie bloc parties, and they have distanced themselves from, they have sought intervention of the Chief Justice of India. In fact, the Congress General Secretary and Communication in charge, Jairam Ramesh, has revealed that the decision to write to the Chief Justice was taken at the June 8 meeting of the indie bloc, and in follow-up, as a follow-up to that, and as a complaint against the Election Commission of India, the Chief Justice has been petitioned. The letter has now been sent, and this despite multiple number of SIR cases already reaching the Supreme Court. And in the case of Bengal, for example, the Supreme Court refusing to intervene. The opposition party is still harboring hopes that the Chief Justice of India and the Supreme Court would still intervene in the ongoing SIR exercise. That's what we are getting to hear. And there are some reactions to this move by the opposition. Let's listen to some of them.
This selective outrage on SIR. Imagine 22, 23 parties have signed letter to Chief Justice of India that SIR is very bad. These parties are practicing peak hypocrisy and selectiveness. When the same SIR is done in Tamil Nadu, when the same SIR is done in Kerala, Congress MLA celebrates it. Congress says it's very good SIR. Congress has very good EVM. Congress has very good election commission because they have won. But SIR is done in Bengal and you lose the election, then SIR is very bad. So there is Sanskari SIR and there is Durachari SIR. Sanskari SIR in Kerala and Durachari SIR in Bengal. Double standards. The Supreme Court has ruled on SIR. That SIR is very important. It has ensured free and fair elections. The Election Commission has constitutional mandate to do it, and it has done it in a proper legal manner. Not one evidence or affidavit could be provided by these opposition parties, including Yogendra Yadav, that the SIR has deleted somebody's name illegally. But they have to save the Ghuspatia. They have to save the illegals. So therefore they come and create this mahal against the constitutional bodies. Actually, it is trying to blame their own defeat on some institution, constitutional body. They should do that on EVM first. Now it has become SIR.
देखिए, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ है उसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी पे है, और चुनाव आयोग खुद शक के घेरे में, जैसे आपने स्वयं कहा कि 23 हमारे दलों ने और एक निर्दलीय ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट को हस्तक्षेप करने की उन्होंने बातें की हैं। क्या मैं समझता हूँ चुनाव आयोग को खुद आत्ममंथन करना चाहिए। उनकी क्रेडिबिलिटी इतनी डाउटफुल होगी कि वो क्या निष्पक्ष रह पाएंगे, क्या वो पूर्वाग्रह से ग्रसित होकर कार्य नहीं कर रहे हैं। लगातार अगर आरोप लगे हैं कि चुनाव आयोग और मोदी जी की सरकार दोनों में मैच फिक्सिंग है, और हम प्रक्रियाओं का जो SIR क्या नहीं है, उसकी जो प्रक्रिया है, जिस प्रकार चाहे मैं कह लो जो समय की बात करें, जैसे बिहार के चुनाव का वक्त उन्होंने किया है, इतने कम समय में क्या आपको लगता है कि जो प्रवासी हमारे मजदूर हैं, जो ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में लोग हैं, जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स मांगे गए थे, क्या उनके पास होंगे? उनको न्याय कैसे?
All right, Harsh joins us for more on this. He was the one talking to this Congress Jharkhand MP. Harsh, what is the demand made by these indie bloc opposition leaders in the letter they have written to the Chief Justice of India?
Right, Abhishek, what we are seeing right now is 23 opposition parties, including one independent MP, who have now penned a letter to the Chief Justice of this country. They have written a letter to Justice Suryakant in this regard. Now, this comes after the Supreme Court has already made it very clear, the Supreme Court stands very clear in this regard, that the Election Commission of India have all legal rights to conduct the special intensive revision that is ongoing. Now, 5 states, including Delhi and Jharkhand, are being under the SIR starting today, and the SIR will be concluded in October. Now, the opposition parties, including the Aam Aadmi Party and DMK, who have parted ways with the India Alliance earlier, but this is the letter that have also been signed by both of these two opposition parties, including the Aam Aadmi Party and the DMK. And all of these 23 parties, in fact, opposition parties, have come together, have penned a letter to the Chief Justice Suryakant. They have alleged biasness in the SIR practice that is being carried out by the Election Commission. Now, this comes just after when the Supreme Court has already made it very clear. The Supreme Court stance in this regard is very clear that Election Commission is authorized to carry out the special intensive revision that is being carried out. Now, 13 states have already conducted the SIR that have been concluded in all of these 13 states. And now SIR is being carried out in 5 states, including Delhi, starting today. Abhishek.
Right. Thank you so much, Harsh, with those details. Obviously, Supreme Court having revealed its mind already, the opposition is still trying to make a last-ditch attempt, even as in some states they have been the beneficiary. Moving on, decisive action pans out in Ayodhya with the Yogi government cracking down on those involved in the Ram Mandir donation theft, and 8 accused already arrested, banking records from 7 banks under scanner. The Congress party is out to politicize the whole probe and the episode. In fact, Congress's UP unit chief Ajay Rai was put under house arrest because the Congress, which otherwise has not shown any inclination of visiting the Ram temple, its leadership in both the Gandhis, not visiting the Ram temple and praying there, but now Congress sees some opportunity to wriggle in some space for itself. Let's look at the details of the probe that has happened and the politics panning out around the Ram temple theft case.
The actions alleged to the Ram Mandir theft is gathering pace. Police have stepped up the probe, making arrests, recovering cash and valuables, while scrutinizing financial transactions and digital evidence. So far, 8 accused have been arrested in connection with the case. As investigators continue questioning the accused and collecting evidence to establish the alleged conspiracy, the court has extended their judicial custody. Police claim to have recovered cash worth 79.85 lakh during the investigation. Gold jewelry and other valuables allegedly linked to the case have also been recovered and are being examined as a part of the probe. The Ram Mandir theft has taken a dramatic turn, as Uttar Pradesh Congress President Ajay Rai has been placed under house arrest at a hotel in Ayodhya. This is ahead of the proposed Congress delegation visit to the Ram Mandir. Meanwhile, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has also entered the debate, questioning aspects of the investigation.
जिनको गिरफ्तार किया गया उनको पुलिस कस्टडी भी नहीं ली जाती। अब शायद आज के बाद, मेरे बोलने के बाद शायद कल पुलिस कस्टडी ले लेंगे। बताओ आज क्या हो रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश में। मेरे अजीज दोस्तों और बुजुर्गों, हम आपसे अपील कर रहे हैं कि अपने इत्तेहाद को मजबूत करिए। और ये बीजेपी आरएसएस वालों से हम पूछना चाह रहे हैं, ये चंपक आपका लाडला है या नहीं है, बताओ हमको।
Former Trust General Secretary Champat Rai has also recorded his statement before the police. According to the police sources, Rai denied any involvement in the alleged theft. He reportedly told investigators that he initiated action immediately after learning about the alleged theft and claimed that the accused were apprehended following his intervention. Champat Rai and Anil Mishra have resigned from their respective positions in the connection. Investigators have now secured permission to question accused Avinash Shukla inside the jail after his alleged presence was detected in a CCTV footage from June 5.
आज राम की भक्ति की वकालत कौन कर रहा है? आज भगवान राम की भक्ति की दुआई कौन दे रहा है? 2017 के पहले जो जय श्री राम बोलने पर लाठी मारते थे, 2017 के पहले जब उत्तर प्रदेश में राम भक्त कहता था कि राम लला हम आएंगे, मंदिर वहीं बनाएंगे, और राम भक्तों पर जो समय गोली चलाते थे, आज वे आस्था की वकालत करते हुए दिखाई देते हैं।
With 8 arrests, judicial custody extended, cash and valuables recovered, financial records under scrutiny, and digital evidence being examined, the Ram Mandir donation theft investigation continues to widen. Police say the probe remains underway and further action will be based on the evidence collected.
Moving on from Ambala, From Ayodhya to Ambala, a child has fallen into a 250 feet deep borewell in the fields of Danioda village in Ambala town or district of Haryana. The 4-year-old child, Nirvair Singh, had come to the fields with his father to bring food to his grandfather. Teams from the district administration, NDRF and the army are engaged in the rescue operation. You can see in the pictures the child can be seen, and attempts are being made with this the CCTV. You can see him. The ropes are being lowered and attempts are being made to pull him out. This seems like a 2 feet wide, 2.5 feet wide borewell. And let's go to Lalit. He's joining us live from Chandigarh for more on this. He's in Ambala, in fact. Lalit, what's the latest you can tell us about the fate of Nirvair Singh? Do the authorities tell you that they are confident that they would be able to pull him out? How deep is he in this 250 feet deep well?
The rescue operation is going on, but as we had word with the SDM and the DC Ambala, they said that as the operation is going on from the past more than 9 hours, the situation seems to be a little grim, as the width of the borewell is just 9 inch, and apart from that, water is also filled inside the tube well. Let me show you the visuals as the rescue operation still continues here, where the NDRF team, the SDRF team, the local administration and the Indian army has been called up. When we had word with the SDM Ambala, Ishika Gupta, she said that early in the morning around 8 a.m. they relocated the child at a depth of around 250 feet and till 170 feet around 2 to 3 hours before, the pipes were being sent downwards so that the child could be rescued. But till now, no such thing has the authorities got in that. Apart from that, if we talk about, as the weather is also quite humid, water is also inside, so there are very grim chances that the boy could be saved from that position. But still, a rescue operation is going on. Authorities are tight-lipped, as they are saying that they are working in coordination with each other. All the teams could be seen working together so that the rescue operation could be done. Still, the rescue operation continues here in the Ambala village of Dhanora in Ambala. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Lalit, with those details. We hope and pray, of course, that Nirvair Singh is brought out safely from this tunnel. Thank you. And moving on from one to another tragedy, this time occurring in Mumbai, when a tree suddenly collapsed onto a school bus carrying students from Universal School and Tilak Nagar School. One student was killed in the accident, while 4 others sustained injuries and are currently undergoing treatment at Zen Hospital in Chembur, suburb of Mumbai. All students on board were immediately evacuated after the accident, and emergency services, including police and fire brigade personnel, rushed to the spot. An investigation into the cause of the tree collapse is underway, even as Mumbai prepares for monsoon. If you look at the pictures, you understand how the tragedy panned out. The school bus was passing through, and at that very moment, a huge tree fell, leading to the death of one child and injuries to 4 others, even as others were safely evacuated. School bus meeting with this mishap in Mumbai. We are going to have Revati live for the latest on this. The injured are being treated at the Zen Hospital in Chembur. The students belong to 2 schools, Universal School and the Tilak Nagar School, and this has happened at around 8 a.m. in the morning in Mumbai. And this also speaks about the kind of monsoon preparedness that the BMC has, because typically ahead of monsoons, this kind of inspection of trees that can potentially fall, even buildings that can potentially crack as Mumbai sees severe monsoon rains is generally done. Perhaps there was an oversight and this tree was not noticed. And okay, we have Revati live now. Okay, Revati is live with us now. Revati, can you tell us what's the latest? Have all the students been accounted for and taken care of? And what are the authorities saying about how come this mishap happened? Absolute lack of preparedness for monsoon.
Right, as we can see in those visuals that a big tree is uprooted and it fell on a school bus at around 2:15 p.m. in Chembur, in Mumbai's Chembur area on Road 11. Also, all the students from the school bus have been evacuated. We can see that the BMC officials and the fire brigade officials were working on the forefront, but yet one student has succumbed to his injury and one student is dead. Also, the 10 to 11 students who are severely injured in this particular incident are currently being taken care of at Chembur's Zen Hospital. So they are currently under treatment and the treatment is going and the treatment is underway. So as of now, there's update coming up that all the students have been evacuated, but yes, due to the heavy rains which are being recorded in Mumbai from last 2 days, this is the reason of this particular incident. Over to you.
All right, Mumbai monsoon showers leading to this tragedy in Chembur. Thank you so much, Revati, for joining us on this. Moving on. And to another tragedy, in a shocking case, an Indian seafarer, Rakesh Chauhan from Uttar Pradesh, was reported dead in Venezuela, with his mortal remains sent back to India without any autopsy done. And the Venezuelan authorities showing absolutely lax attitude. No autopsy report. The official post-mortem conducted in India gave out shocking details, a horrifying truth, which is that not a single organ was found in the body, and that's gruesome. If you like, the brain is missing, the heart is missing, both lungs missing, and all other body parts missing. This is let's try to understand what exactly is this. And the body shows extensive prior stitching marks, 22 stitches on the neck, and no ante-mortem injuries noted, and the body was kept in deep freeze for nearly a month, and leading to a situation where the cause of death could not be ascertained. The seafarer's family is demanding justice, and they have petitioned the Indian authorities and the Venezuelan authorities through the Ministry of External Affairs. They seek full accountability and investigation. Let's go to Gesu for more on this, joining us from our newsroom. Gesu, I believe we are hearing this from the Federation of Seafarers Union of India. What more can you tell us about in what circumstances did the deceased Chauhan
died? That's the latest that we're picking up. The mortal remains have been repatriated back to his home in Uttar Pradesh. But this Indian seafarer, he was allegedly killed while he was atop a vessel in Venezuela. In fact, there are also allegations that the Venezuelan authorities did not carry out any post-mortem report. In fact, the body was kept in a deep freezer for about a month before it was repatriated back to his hometown. And now his family is demanding for a round of autopsy to be conducted here in India. First post-mortem has been conducted. They're demanding for a second one as well, and very shocking details have come out in the first post-mortem report. No organs are found inside the body of the Indian seafarer Rakesh. In fact, this makes the case a lot more grim. And also FSUI, the Federation for the Union of Indian Seafarers, is also demanded for accountability from the Venezuelan authorities over this regard. In fact, let me also point out the details of the report. The brain, heart, both the lungs, liver, kidneys, spleen, pancreas, pancreas and stomach and even intestines all are missing in the body. Now, in fact, the thyroid, hyoid, larynx and trachea, the glands and the trachea are also missing from the body of the Indian seafarer, whose body has been repatriated after a month-long time. This body was kept in the deep freezers. In fact, there are also no anti-mortem injuries on the body, while this body also shows extensive prior stitching. This includes about 22 stitches to the neck and the pubic symphysis, and also includes 21 stitches ear to ear. So this is clear that all these organs were taken out from the body, and when the body was repatriated back to his home in Uttar Pradesh, no organs were found inside his body. This has now led to a debate over whether or not the Venezuelan authorities are answerable.
Right.
No post-mortem, remember, was conducted by the Venezuelan authorities. No, in fact, statement has also been made by Venezuela in this regard. Abhishek.
Right, let's follow this up. That's gruesome, and that's absolutely horrific that this was allowed to happen. We'll gather more details and come back to this. And with that, we come to the end of this bulletin. Short break coming up on the other side. SIR exercise begins in 5 states, including Delhi and Karnataka, but clashes in Bengaluru between BJP and Congress cadres.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu.
At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old.
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just, you know...
What do you mean back then? No, if you keep talking, I'm over.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air, and it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane, and there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aa gaye," which means, "Look, we are back." And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are two people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and viewers, starting first with the visuals that are coming in from Johannesburg in South Africa, where protests have erupted all across the streets of Johannesburg. In fact, a sea of protesters have come out in what has been established as the anti-immigrant protest. The groups have set 30th of June, that's today, as an unofficial deadline for undocumented migrants to leave the country, with protests planned across South Africa. Large numbers of security forces have also been deployed. Now, as a result, South African police have deployed their personnel in large numbers to ensure security at the planned anti-immigrant protests that are on your screens right now, amid fears of possible looting and violence. In fact, multiple cases of vandalism, looting and violence have already been reported from Johannesburg, where shops that are owned by foreign nationals have been looted and vandalized by the locals. Now, the government also fears a repeat of anti-migration violence, and which is why a huge deployment has also been put in place. Now, in fact, former Ambassador Deepak Vora also joins us on the broadcast to speak to us about the matter. Ambassador Vora, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. You know, we're seeing these visuals coming in from Johannesburg, and this is about an anti-immigrant protest that's now been launched by groups in the country. But the question is, what is the state doing about this? And, you know, we know that South Africa remains on the edge when it comes to public infrastructure. The job market is saturated. But who is to be blamed here? Ambassador Vora.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be with you, Beta, on your channel. I've served there. I am, even now as we speak, special advisor to the government in the Kingdom of Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. Lesotho is an amazing place because it has only one neighbor, which is South Africa, surrounded on all sides. The population of the Basotho, the inhabitants of Lesotho, is about 3 million, and more than half live in South Africa, live and work there. That generates its pressures. What you're seeing happening in South Africa, give me a moment to go back. It's called Operation Dudula. Dudula is a Zulu word, a Hausa word. It means push back. Throw them out. You know, there is better, I've seen in my career, 53 years in diplomacy, there's a hierarchy of economic actors. Now, when the transition took place in South Africa, when the whites were booted out and Africans took over, there was so much of hope. But that was belied, because people felt that now the country belonged to them. This is the African National Congress, the Mandela and all those characters who we thought were great fellows. They were able to do very little. Hopelessly corrupt, inefficient, divided. You might even recall the name Gupta, the Gupta family, that was accused of state capture. They used to decide who would be the Minister of Finance, who would be this, who would be that. I mean, the state had just collapsed, and unemployment is running, according to what I've been told, 50 to 60% amongst young. Now, what they are saying is, we fought for the liberation of our country. We threw the whites out, and all these wretched Mozambicans and Zimbabweans and Basuto fellows from Lesotho and everybody else is coming in and taking away our jobs. Because when they threw out the whites, as they say, they felt that they should move into their jobs and get the same salaries, which they did. The South African economy is gone. It's finished. Now, I hate to say it, but they don't know a thing about economics. So what we are seeing in a country that has up to 10% migrants, documented and undocumented would mean illegal. They are now protesting. They want to take their country back. Country back from whom? My point is, beta, you want your country back from the hopelessly corrupt government that you have. Yet at the same time, that anger is being taken out on the immigrant, on the documented or undocumented migrant. We call this the worst form of xenophobia, vigilantes. And people are saying this should not happen. Critics can talk till the cows come home, but there is this hierarchy of economic arrogance. So, I've seen this in my life. The Americans say the Europeans are useless fellows, they are coming. The Europeans will turn around and say the Asians are terrible guys, all they want is to come and work it. We ourselves say, look at these Bangladeshis flooding into our country because our people get cheap labor and those guys look for better economic opportunity. The Bangladeshis say, look at these wretched Rohingyas, what they are up to, and so on. It goes on. And everybody, when the economy is doing well, whether it's a migrant worker or a regular citizen of that country, nobody cares. But the moment the economy collapses, you take out your anger on the migrant. He is seen as the other, as the fellow who's responsible for all your economy. America talked about building the wall. You remember that? Donald Trump in his first term, Joe Biden also against the Mexicans, keep them out, etc. I don't know what will happen to the American economy without the Mexicans who are willing to work for $3, $4, $5 an hour. Try getting an American, he'll say nothing less than $20 or whatever. So everywhere we are seeing this. When you are in trouble, blame the other. And this is what is happening, Operation Dudula. There were riots in Johannesburg, I think, when I was transiting through there, they had shut down the airport, probably 2000. My memory is now weak. It could have been 2008, I think, 15, 16 years ago. But there have been regular riots against.
Ambassador,
so South Africa, let me complete, beta, before I forget. I'm sorry, I'm getting old. South Africa is a hopelessly divided and sticks. They don't know what to want. The black South Africans who fought to throw out the whites say, ab humko chahiye. And then they say, sorry, we're not getting it because the immigrants are taking. That's where we are. I don't see a solution to this in the near future. There will be bloodletting. There will be violence. Perhaps out of that, some kind of order will emerge.
Right. Ambassador Vora, in fact, also President Ramaphosa has, he's issued a statement. He says that 30th of June, the date that's been set as a deadline, is unofficial because it's been set by the groups that are staging these anti-immigrant protests in Johannesburg. But he also says that there will be policy changes that will be made to address the issue because their job market is overwhelmed, their economy is overwhelmed, public infrastructure. People have even complained about having to stand in long queues to receive medical treatment. And that also being one of the central problems for why foreigners need to go. So what kind of policy changes do you think South Africa could be eyeing at this point?
The fact that he has acknowledged that change is required. He is responding to the demand of the street. What were they doing? What were they doing all these years? Sleeping, not responding. When there is a transition, when there is a change. For example, there's no comparison. Please, let me clarify between Kashmir and what is happening. Well, when Kashmir was mainstreamed into the Indian body politic, there were hopes on the sides of the Kashmiris who had suffered. Those hopes are being fulfilled. And they're delighted, they're thrilled. But in South Africa, the whites went out, we came in, now it's our country. And who takes over? Fellows who have no interest whatsoever. So Ramaphosa saying all this is unofficial, etc. But there'll be policy changes. What policy changes? Are you going to boot out these fellows, which is what the people on the street are demanding? I don't see any policy changes. Not one of the leaders, Peter. Let me just put it to you. I once asked a former South African defense minister. I share this with you where there's nothing to hide. Time has made it less sensitive. I said, why have you bought all these expensive fighter planes from Europe? Who's your enemy? And he kind of smiled at me and he said, you know, I have to survive. Now you understand what he was saying. I understood immediately what he was saying. So when you're spending money on useless projects, which do not benefit the people. You remember the Soweto riots also during the time of the white regime? But terrible. And people have died. I mean, hundreds have been shot by the South Africans. They're trigger-happy fellows. So my own feeling is this is not going to end. Whatever policy changes Ramaphosa makes, I don't know. But the African National Congress, which rules, has to be disbanded. All these fellows thrown out, and the nation has to start rebuilding from bottom up. Will they do it? My heart says, I hope. My mind says, not a chance in hell.
Right. Ambassador Vora, in fact, since you said that you've also served there, you understand the demography, you understand the demands of the people and, of course, the struggle that they've been through. But at the helm of this is also a shifting political fervor. We are seeing new and new political parties come up in South Africa, in Johannesburg, and all of them, their core issue revolves around, booting out the foreigners, to kick out the foreigners and to send the immigrants right back to where they came from. So do you think that fervor is also adding on to the protests that we're seeing on the streets of Johannesburg right now? Because we might say that it is a modern anti-immigrant protest, but I think this was brewing for a very long time in South Africa. Ambassador Vora.
And the regime was wearing blinkers and they had stuff in their ears they couldn't hear. They should have seen this. They should have seen this stuff. But as the economy tanks, let's say that there's a shop that used to employ 10 people. Now it employs only 5. He can only afford. So he says, look, I was paying $10 a day. Anybody wanting to work for $3 a day? There'll be people. And then the violence starts. The looting starts. They say, well, why should we be... And the fellows who would come for $3 a day are the so-called immigrants, migrants, the undocumented. So they want to make a living. Why have they left their countries? That's the question I ask. Why are 1 million Basuto, the people of the Kingdom of Lesotho, 1 million left in the country and 2 million are in South Africa for better economic opportunity? Why do so many Bangladeshis come in? Better economic opportunities. What Billu Bhai Clinton, the president, I call him Billu Bhai, the president of the United States said when he was campaigning in the 90s, it's the economy. Ultimately, beta, it's economic reasons. They didn't hear. Other parties have sprung up. They want to kick out the African National Congress. And the best way to do it, I've seen this again and again in my career, is to take advantage of public dissatisfaction. Stoke it and then take advantage to hit the ring.
Right, Ambassador Vora, thanks very much for joining in and for speaking to us in so much detail about what's happening in South Africa. We're grateful for your time. For now, viewers, shifting focus to another breaking development that we're tracking on drug controversy. Nirmal Kumar, the Energy and Law Minister, has now said that he himself has given an explanation. He in fact says that he agrees to the explanation that's been given. TVK's response to the minister's drug controversy has now come in. The decision, as per him, he says, will be made by the Chief Minister on the investigation, and that has to take place. So TVK has now responded to the minister's drug controversy.
The DMK held protest against Minister Sarath Kumar over his particular video that went viral on social media and say he used cocaine in a stadium.
No, he has given an explanation. We also don't know what has happened. We are checking on it, but we also don't know what has happened.
Will an investigation take place in this?
No, it is with the CM, and definitely he has given an explanation. I have never seen what has happened. Let us get back to you on this.
The DMK held protest against Minister Sarath Kumar over his particular video that went viral on social media and say he used cocaine in a stadium.
No, he has given an explanation. We also don't know what has happened. We are checking on it, but we also don't know what has happened.
Will an investigation take place in this?
No, it is with the CM, and definitely he has given an explanation. I have never seen what has happened. Let us get back to you on this.
And now, viewers, the Indian Army is expanding its use of long-endurance drones to strengthen border surveillance and operational reach. General Upendra Dwivedi, the outgoing COAS, a day ahead of relinquishing his post, announced the raising of a new specialized drone unit under the Army Aviation Corps. These formations will manage remotely piloted aircraft for persistent intelligence surveillance and a reconnaissance task. This will also operate platforms such as the MQ-9B Sky Guardian Heron and Hermes drone along with India-made systems. The units will focus on a deep reconnaissance target designation and sustained data management from long-flying unmanned aircraft. This move comes as the Army's overall drone fleet has grown beyond 50,000 and is also expected to double in just the coming years. The new formations will work at the operational level and will complement the existing Ashni drone platoons, which are already present with the infantry battalions across the Army. While Ashni unit handles close tactical support, the new battalions will provide wider area of coverage and longer range coordination. The Army Aviation Corps will command these specialized units. Take a look at this.
The Indian Army is raising new specialized drone units called BAS battalions to handle long-range surveillance and strike support along its borders. BAS battalions are specialized formations created to manage remotely piloted aircraft at the operational level. Their main task includes surveillance along the borders, deep reconnaissance into areas beyond the frontline target designation for strikes, and handling large volumes of data from long-endurance drones. These battalions will provide sustained coverage over difficult terrain and support longer-range actions rather than short-range tasks close to infantry troops. The platforms BAS battalions will use include several long-endurance systems already in the inventory or entering service. The MQ-9B Sky Guardian from the United States can fly for more than 40 hours at altitudes above 40,000 feet and carry sensors along with weapons. Israeli Heron and Hermes drones have already flown many missions over the northern borders and offer medium-altitude, long-endurance performance. Indian-made drones from companies such as IdeaForge will also form part of the fleet. These platforms allow continuous monitoring of high altitude and remote areas where ground-based sensors face limits due to weather and terrain. The Army Aviation Corps will lead the BAS battalions. This places the units alongside other aviation assets and gives a single command chain for planning and executing sustained drone missions. Inside each battalion, a specialist pool of personnel will handle operations, maintenance, data processing, and software updates. These soldiers and officers will receive focused training on remotely piloted aircraft so they can manage mixed fleets from different countries and keep the systems ready for continuous use. The Indian Army already operates more than 50,000 drones. This number has risen sharply from only a few hundred platforms about 2 years ago. Current plans call for the total fleet to double within the next 2 to 3 years. BAS battalions form one part of this wider growth in drone capability. The Army has also placed Ashni drone platoons in around 380 infantry battalions. Each Ashni platoon has 20 to 25 soldiers trained to operate small surveillance drones, loitering munitions, and first-person view systems for tasks right next to ground troops. Ashni platoons focus on immediate local needs. They provide close reconnaissance, short-range strikes, and support such as moving supplies or aiding medical evacuation near the front line. BAS battalions work at a different level. They deliver wider area coverage that lasts for many hours and reaches deeper into adversary territory. The two types of units do not replace each other. Instead, they create layers where Ashni platoons handle tactical work close to soldiers while BAS battalions maintain the broader operational picture and direct longer range effects. This layered approach developed after Operation Sindoor in May 2025. In that operation, drones and loitering munitions helped strike targets with precision. Border standoffs along the northern frontier also showed the value of units that can keep watch for long periods in high altitude conditions. BAS battalions centralize the expertise needed to run complex long-endurance drones at scale. They will manage the full cycle of deployment, maintenance, data, exploitation and replenishment so the Army can absorb new platforms without gaps in coverage. Personnel and BAS battalions will follow common standards for training and operations. This reduces problems that come with mixed fleets from different makers. The battalions will feed real-time information to commanders at higher levels and link drone sensors with artillery and other strike assets. As the overall drone numbers grow, the need for such dedicated units increases because long-endurance aircraft require constant attention that regular infantry or artillery units cannot provide on their own. BAS battalions therefore add a clear operational tier to the army drone structure. They will use the MQ-9B Sky Guardian Heron Hermes and Indian platforms to maintain persistent border watch and support strikes at longer ranges. The Army Aviation Corps will command these units through a specialist cadre trained for the full remotely piloted aircraft ecosystem. At the same time, Ashni platoons continue their tactical role inside infantry battalions. Together, the two systems give the Army both close support and sustained deeper coverage as drone strength moves past 50,000 platforms and keeps expanding. This setup matches the requirement for continuous induction of new drones and upgrades while keeping operations steady along the borders.
And now viewers, shifting focus to another breaking development. In another setback for Uddhav Thackeray, senior leader and Legislative Council member Sachin Ahir has formally now joined the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction. Ahir, considered Aditya Thackeray's most trusted aide, also filed his nomination for the post of Deputy Chairperson of the Maharashtra Legislative Council soon after switching sides. So another blow to the UBT Sena as Sachin Ahir takes off and takes sides with the Eknath Shinde faction in Maharashtra. Now, in fact, let's first listen into what Sachin Ahir has to say on the defection.
हमारे प्रवक्ता उसके बारे में बात करेंगे जो भी राजनीतिक सवाल है 2 दिन के बाद मैं बात करूंगा। काम करने वाले व्यक्ति के लिए तो कठिन नहीं है सफर, बहुत ईमानदारी के साथ और जोश के साथ काम करूंगा।
In fact, let's also listen into Shrikant Shinde, and as the UBT faction continues saying that Sachin's leaving the party will not make any difference, even though he was one of the closest aides of Aditya Thackeray. That's Shrikant Shinde for you. Listen in.
मैं सबसे पहले तो सचिन अय्यर जी का तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं, उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और उनके नेतृत्व में अच्छा काम जो है विधान परिषद में आने वाले समय में जरूर होगा। मैं सबसे पहले तो सचिन अय्यर जी का तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं, उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और उनके नेतृत्व में अच्छा काम जो है विधान परिषद में आने वाले समय में जरूर होगा।
And that's all for this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we get you the story from Ambala. Republic is the only channel that's reporting live where a 4-year-old child, Nirbhay, fell into a 250 feet deep borewell in Ambala. Rescue operations remain underway.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Mann's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover 2 lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age. But some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट
अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? No, if you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Massive anti-Pakistan protests erupt in POK. Protesters chant, POK not part of POJK, not part of Pakistan, says India will take care of us. Pakistan minister threatens India over Indus water, says we will cut off those hands. PM Modi calls key meet with all central secretaries today. Governance reforms on agenda. Clashes erupt between BJP and the Congress workers over SIR exercise in Karnataka. Another setback for Uddhav Thackeray. UBT MLC Sachin Ahir joins Shinde's Shiv Sena. General Dheeraj Seth takes over as the new chief of the army staff. Anti-immigration protesters. Agitation erupts in Johannesburg of South Africa, says deadline is over. Immigrants to leave, undocumented migrants to leave the country. And a 4-year-old falls in open borewell, remains trapped for over 10 hours in Ambala. Rescue operations underway. Giribala and her son Samad Singh's judicial custody extended to 14th of July. A massive agitation outside Education Department in Hyderabad demanding curbs to school fee hikes. Viewers, we start with the situation that's unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. Breaking news now coming in. Reports suggest that a drone attack by Pakistani forces on protesters has been carried out. Last night, 4 bombs resembling RDX were dropped by drones in Rawalkot. The bombs were fitted with timers. Some protesters took immediate action, safely disposing of the bombs, saving many lives. And that's the breaking news we have right now. Child fallen, and that's the breaking news. We have drones with RDX bombs. You can see they have been recovered in those visuals that are running on your screens right now, viewers. This is from POJK, because Pakistan has resorted to brute force earlier as well in the occupied region. Viewers, we've seen many a times how Pakistan has in fact unleashed terror over the protesters, over civilians. It does the same in Afghanistan, in Balochistan. And now you have these visuals coming in from POJK. Video shows RDX was dropped from drones over park protesters. You understand, viewers, how the situation is exploding in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. You see those visuals from a location where the people of the occupied region have reported that these drones, these bombs have been recovered. They were laden with RDX. And that's how grim the situation is, how scared the Pakistanis are of the protesters, how scared Asim Munir is of the protesters in the occupied regions, because they are losing it. And you have the proof of it just right now. We had in fact also showed you what happened in Rawalkot earlier, viewers, when the people of the occupied region said that they are not part of Pakistan, that India will take care of them. Listen in.
वहाँ पर सीज़फायर लाइन पे 0 पॉइंट पे तितली नोट हमारी खवातीन और हमारे बच्चे वहाँ धरना दे के बैठे हुए हैं। ये जो कहते हैं कि राशन जो है वो कश्मीरियों का राशन बंद करेंगे, मैं कहता हूँ हमें तुम्हारे राशन की जरूरत नहीं है, तुम्हें हमारी जरूरत है। थोड़ा ख्याल करो, थोड़ा ख्याल करो, तुम्हें हमारी जरूरत है। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि बाकी रास्ते खुल जाएं और फिर तुम हमारी मिन्नतें करो, हमारे तरले करो। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि तजारती रास्ते फिर बाकी इख्तियार कर लिए जाएं। इसलिए गुजारिश ये है, हालात को नॉर्मल करने के लिए हुक्मरानों को ये अवाम की स्टेट है, यहाँ पर कोई मार्शल लॉ नहीं है, यहाँ पर कोई डिक्टेटर नहीं है। अगर कोई डिक्टेटर हो तो हम किसी डिक्टेटर को नहीं मानते। कश्मीर के अवाम किसी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे, किसी भी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे। इसलिए गुजारिश इनसे यही है, यही इनके साथ जो है वो हम जो है वो पुरअमन ज़बान में यही हम इनसे कहना चाहते हैं कि कश्मीर के लोग अब आपकी बैत नहीं करेंगे। कश्मीर के लोग जो है वो कश्मीरियों को, इनकी हालत अजीब है, मीडिया पे बैठते हैं, किसी ने वो
And that's a reality check for Pakistan viewers. Now we shift our focus to what's happening in Haryana, where the race against time has continued. Viewers' child has fallen into a 250-foot deep borewell in Ambala village, Dhanyoda. And a 4-year-old Nirvay Singh had come to the fields with his father to bring food to his grandfather. And now we see that the rescue operations have been underway for around 10 long hours. And you get this visual. We remove that first from the public, please. NDRF, SDRF, Army is there on the spot. And this is a very, very young child who has been trapped in the borewell now. And we are just going down, we're just going to that footage that shows the pipes that have been, ropes and pipes that have been inserted into that borewell to get the boy out. And we'll try and connect with our reporters as to what is the latest update. In fact, we have the SDM's reaction also coming in on that. Listen in.
Me and NDRF is here since 8:30 in the morning. We are doing the task. अभी pipes हमने मंगाई हैं, pipes fix करके I think 170 feet तक वो जा चुकी है नीचे. धीरे-धीरे हम उन्हें fix कर रहे हैं and they are going down. We are trying to pull. जो बच्चा है वो इस तरीके से फंसा हुआ है तो हम उसे उसी तरीके से निकालने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं. प्रयास पूर्णतः जारी हैं. आप सभी से भी अनुरोध है सहयोग बना के रखें. That is it.
अच्छा मैम, बच्चे को लोकेट कर दिया गया है?
हाँ, बच्चा लोकेटेड है. बच्चा हमारा सुबह ही पता चल गया था. सुबह ही कैमरा उसमें डाल दिया गया था. अराउंड 8 in the morning the camera was inside and we were able to see the child. जी.
मैम उसके साथ साथ किसी तरह की बच्चे को मैम कोई मूवमेंट नजर आ रही है?
I can't comment over that. अभी वो बच्चा पानी, क्योंकि बोरवेल है और थोड़ा वहाँ पे सीपेज है पानी का, तो I am not able to comment over that.
You're picking up right now. What is the latest update?
If you talk about the rescue operation, the joint rescue operation is still going on. Let me show you the visuals also. Behind me, you can see that the NDRF team, the SDRF and the Indian Army, who are specialized in such operations, could be seen doing the rescue operation from the past 10 hours. This rescue operation is going on here in Ambala, where efforts are being made so that the child can be pulled up. From the past 10 hours, this operation still continues here in Ambala. If we talk about when we had a word with the SDM Ambala, she said that the pipes have been sent up to 170 feet into the borewell. Still efforts are being made that so that the pipes can be sent to the 250 feet deep, as in the borewell there is seepage also, water is there. So all efforts are being made so that the child can be pulled up. But when we had word with the experts, as it is going to be more than 10 hours of the rescue operation, water is there, the administration could be seen monitoring each and everything very minutely. But from the past hours, there is no movement, so the situation seems to be.
That's a very worrying sign. I just request you to please stay on with us, Lalit. I have with me former DGP Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Vikram Singh, on the phone line, sir. How do you assess this situation? Very, very grim situation. 250-foot, deep borewell, a 4-year-old child, water seeping in, 10 hours long rescue operation.
Extremely challenging and grim, to say the least. And what the family and the child must be going through, it is an unmitigated nightmare. I do hope that the 10 hours brings success to the teams. I'm sure they're putting the best foot forward. But we have past experience of handling such situations, and there should have been an SOP by now, so that we have fail-proof and fool-proof arrangements. 10 hours, and that too in very close to the national capital. I would have been very satisfied if the child could have been brought out safely in the first 60 minutes. But we lost the golden hour. Now, to add to the misery and the concern, water seepage, the oxygen level, the mental trauma, I do hope, and my prayers and good wishes are with the child and the family, but I would say that the disaster management to take over as also the NDRF too. If they're not there, it's time that they indeed put the best equipment, the futuristic strategies, so that the child is brought out safely.
Right, so many thanks, Vikram Singh, for joining us with your reaction on that, viewers. So it's race against time, and of course, as the former DGP just pointed out, that the golden hour has been lost, and of course, this is a very, very serious situation that we are looking at right now. My colleague Lalit is there, in fact, on ground, is bringing us more details. So, Lalit, you were just telling us that right now there are no signs of movement that have been reported in the latest, is it?
Yeah, definitely. So there has been no sign. So that is the bad things which is coming into the information which is coming into us. But efforts are still being made. As being said by the experts also, initial time have been very crucial. But during that hours, when the local administration just reached the spot, as the incident is said to be early in the morning around 6:30 a.m. When the family has come into the fields. The child that time was playing here near that area when he accidentally slipped into the 250 feet deep borewell, and after that efforts were being made to pull him out. But around 8, when we had a word with the SDM, she said that by 8 the cameras were already there. They could easily find the exact location where the child was. But water has been there in that borewell. Apart from that, the weather this time is quite humid, so the borewell is just 9 inch in width. So these are the challenges which the rescue team is right now facing. But still, the rescue operation continues here in the village of Ambala district. It is going to be 10 hours. Every efforts are being made. It's a joint operation. Already the NDRF, the SDRF team can be seen doing the operation. They are looking everything very minutely. Army has also been put into action. But what we are also learning from experts, from the senior officials, but there has been no official confirmation regarding that. As it has going to be more than 10 hours, the situation seems to be quite grim and challenging. But still efforts are being made, as the pipes has been put through the borewell, through that canal, so that the child can be pulled up through the pulley which they have been which the pulley has been sent to the borewell. But till now no success has been found. Efforts are still being made, and we are also waiting and praying for the God that some miracle and some good news come out, as all the efforts get a good result in the
live visuals brought to you by my colleague Lalit from Ambala, and we have been joined by ex-IPS officer Yashovardhan Azad. Sir, this in fact brings back the memories of what happened in 2006 in Kurukshetra, not very far from the village here in Ambala, sir, where this 4-year-old boy is right now waiting for rescue. A 4-year-old boy. Something similar had happened back in 2006, as 2 decades ago, sir. But things haven't changed. That time it was a miracle. That was around 48-50 hour long, long operation that had, been undertaken. There was a parallel shaft that was also created. There were a lot of measures that were taken place. In this case, if you could assess, what can be done, what are the chances, sir?
Well, I can only say that this kind of a criminal neglect, which happened, there should be a very, very long for it. My heart goes out to that 4-year kid where the entire village people, because this is such a tragedy, could have been easily avoided. And if only a mud sack or kept over there, this wouldn't have happened, and the child had gone food for the grandparents. Now, given the situation now, I think they are doing their best, but it's so deep. It's about 220 feet. I believe they have reached up to 180. There is some seepage also. But, a 4-year-old, since 8 a.m., they are at it. I do hope they can do it. It's possible. And, all we can do is to more strength to these officers who are trying to do their best, and pray to God for his good health and that he may be rescued.
Right, sir. Do you feel that there could be, like, what measures can be taken, or rather you can say the challenges, if you could just describe to our viewers in such a situation where you see the water is also seeping, there are rains also that have marred the rescue operations, sir. In such situations, how difficult could it be to carry out such an operation, sir?
It's certainly difficult, but it's not impossible. Because understand that page is there, and I read about it, that you're expecting rains and this is already on, but they can certainly reach. It's just a question of pulling him out and sucking him. Right now, maybe a little difficult, but I don't know whether an alternative route can be created or something at least to ensure that the child there gets to know that he's being rescued. That itself would be a great incentive for him. I think this is extremely important. Some kind of noise, some kind of music, some kind of a camera, which can capture him. That would be a great thing to do. I do hope that the SDRF or the NDRF, which is there, is able to communicate somehow or let the child know that efforts are being made. That will add 50% to the strength of the operations.
Mr. Azad, many thanks for joining us. Yashovardhan Azad, IPS officer, joining us on Republic TV. Viewers, the boy has been trapped since 6 a.m. Lalit, I'll just go across to you once again. Lalit, this was not very far away from the village right now. That is the Dhanaura village, where Prince was rescued from 20 years ago. And, just hardly 4 to 5 kilometers away from that same locality. And we see that this brings back those memories, but it could again take a miracle, just like what happened in 2006. Now, can you just highlight the measures that have been taken as far as this particular operation is concerned? Has there been any special measure that has been taken so as to reach the child as soon as possible?
In 2006, when Prince fell into the borewell, there was a long operation which lasted for many hours, more than 40 hours. But miracle that time happened, and he was successfully saved. But 20 years later down the line, if we talk about this operation, which is going on since 7 a.m. here in the Ambala district of Dhanaura village, the operation continues. If we talk about the SOPs and the measures which the local administration are taking, as soon as the boy just slipped into the deep borewell, which was around 250 feet, immediately the family informed the village, the Sarpanch, and he immediately just informed the local administration, that is the DC. So by 7:30, the local administration was here on the spot, who further informed the NDRF and the SDRF teams, who immediately reached the spot. So after that, a camera was being sent into the borewell to exactly find where the exact location of the child is. So by 8 a.m. when we had a word with the SDM Ambala, Ishika Gupta, she confirmed that by 8 the camera was inside the borewell, and they could exactly find the location where the child has been. After that, the operation has been there. The DC Ambala then informed to the Indian Army, who has specifications in such operations, the NDRF and the SDRF teams who have specifications in such operations. They all are doing a joint operation, but till now, no success has been received, as it is going to be more than 10 hours. But already 10 hours has passed. As experts also said, we also had word with the senior officials that the initial time has been the golden time. Water is there, water seepage is being done there. So these are the grim challenges which the 4-year-old boy is right now facing. And as the time has passed, it is going to be more than 10 hours now that the operation is, when the child has slipped into the canal. So looking into those situations, miracle. This is only a miracle where a child can be brought safely. But still, all the officials, all the team which are set into operation, they are doing their best so that the boy, 4-year-old boy, can be easily pulled out safely and he can be met with his parents. But still, if you talk about the operation continues, and Republic TV is giving you each and every detail from ground zero. Keep watching Republic TV.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Mann's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover 2 lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way, but there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age, but some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad. Now, to cover himself up, I'll go to the second set of pictures now, which will be of the first original video and the video he's released. In the first original video, Bhagwant Mann is seen doing something terrible, disrespectful, and sprinkling alcohol on pictures of Sikh gurus. And that's the original video. For some strange reason, come out on video. And very she's who's doing things. Then he hello. The stupidest one to hire an actor to recreate the visual, claim in the it is not possible. Before an actor to do this and say him, but Bhagwant Mann singing himself. Are you being so foolish? Yourself, or is it an actor? You have an actor to do this. An actor to do was you. He's a tell him your own going to come to this. Really to torpedo that has come out of Haryana that sent the Punjab police to manufacture certain forensic reports to help himself. Unfortunately for Bhagwant Mann, because these kind of pictures have now come out, you can put these silicone masks, make somebody look like somebody else. It's like a Hollywood trick. Did someone tell Bhagwant Mann that I'll pull out a Hollywood stunt to help you? And I want to ask Bhagwant Mann, why the hell have you put out some own videos of yourself? Who does that? You deny that the original video is not you, it's fine, then we'll debate that. But why the hell?
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
राजा आर प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody
बाद में बात करेंगे।
अरे आप पॉलिटिशियन हो, आप पॉलिटिशियन हो, आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला हम्बल हो, मैं हम्बल हो रहा हूँ।
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? If you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean.
What am I then? Back then. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Mann's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies...
Welcome back, friends, to this edition of our Global. We'll begin with growing unrest in South Africa. Anti-immigrant protests have spread across several cities after activist groups issued a June 30th deadline for undocumented migrants to leave the country. Heavy security deployments, business shutdowns, and fears of violence have put authorities in a state of high alert. Next, we turn to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where thousands of protesters have gathered in Rawalkot along the line of control, openly challenging Islamabad's authority. Demonstrators, essentially Kashmiris, are demanding political rights, economic justice and greater autonomy, deepening pressure on Pakistan's administration in the region, even suggesting, if not Pakistan, they can look to India. And then after that, we will focus on the latest twist in US-Iran relations. Conflicting claims have emerged over a possible meeting in Doha, with President Donald Trump asserting that Iran sought fresh talks, while Tehran has denied that any negotiations with Washington are scheduled. Let's begin with the headlines. Anti-immigration protesters agitation erupt in Joburg. The protesters say June 30 deadline for immigrants is to leave the country. A massive anti-Pakistan protests erupt in Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Protesters chant POK not part of Pakistan slogans, say India will take care of us. Pakistan minister threatens India over Indus water, says we will cut off those hands that do not allow our water to come in. And Trump claims Iran sought Doha nuclear talks, while Tehran denies any planned negotiations as diplomatic uncertainty deepens. All right, let's begin. Anti-immigrant protests have erupted across South Africa as tensions boil over the June 30 ultimatum issued by activist groups for undocumented migrants to leave the country. Streets turned tense as demonstrators gathered and security forces moved in to contain unrest amid fears of violence and looting. Businesses shut down, transport stalled, and many foreign nationals stayed indoors or fled as the situation escalated across major cities. Here are the details.
Streets deserted, shops shut, buses off the roads, and security forces flooding city centers. South Africa is on the edge as anti-migrant protests grip parts of the country, raising fears of fresh unrest and violence. From Johannesburg to Durban, normal life has been disrupted. Businesses have pulled down shutters, workers have stayed home, and thousands of migrants are living in fear as tensions continue to rise. At the heart of the controversy is an unofficial 30th of June deadline issued by activist groups demanding that undocumented migrants leave South Africa. For many foreign nationals, the deadline has been viewed not as a warning, but as a threat. Reports suggest thousands have already fled, while others remain indoors, fearful of becoming targets. With memories of past xenophobic attacks still fresh, police and military personnel have been deployed across major cities to prevent violence and maintain order. The protests reflect deeper frustrations over unemployment, crime and public services, issues that have long fueled anger towards migrant communities in Africa's most industrialized nation. In Durban, scenes of uncertainty unfolded as several foreign nationals were reportedly forced from their homes, with landlords fearing their properties could become targets of vandalism or attacks. Amid the growing tension, President Cyril Ramaphosa has appealed for calm, acknowledging concerns over illegal immigration while warning against threats, intimidation and vigilantism. South Africa has witnessed deadly anti-foreigner violence before, as previous waves of xenophobic unrest left communities shattered and strained the country's image as a champion of human rights and African unity. As protesters take to the streets and security forces remain on high alert, authorities are racing to ensure that frustration does not once again spill over into violence, while the nation watches anxiously to see what the coming hours may bring.
Some pictures of cows there. Moving on, a political storm is intensifying in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where thousands have taken to the streets of Rawalkot, chanting that POK is not part of Pakistan. The protests, going on since June 9, are driven by demands for political rights and economic justice. And they have escalated tensions with Islamabad as crowds continue to swell despite a crackdown and rising unrest in the region.
A political storm is brewing in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this time the slogans are striking at center of Islamabad's narrative. Thousands have poured into the streets of Rawalkot, stating that POK is not a part of Pakistan. Massive crowds gathered at Rawalkot's Idgah ground, raising anti-administration slogans. Protesters openly challenged Pakistan's control over the territory, demanding greater political rights, economic justice, and an end to what they describe as decades of neglect and exploitation. Protest leaders warned that continued economic blockades and resource shortages could trigger a larger movement against Islamabad's administration in the region.
यहाँ पर कोई मार्शल लॉ नहीं है, यहाँ पर कोई डिक्टेटर नहीं है। अगर कोई डिक्टेटर हो तो हम किसी डिक्टेटर को नहीं मानते। कश्मीर के अवाम किसी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे, किसी भी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे। इसलिए गुजारिश इनसे यही है, यही इनके साथ जो है वो हम जो है वो पुरअमन ज़बान में यही हम इनसे कहना चाहते हैं कि कश्मीर के लोग अब आपकी बैत नहीं करेंगे। कश्मीर के लोग जो है वो कश्मीरियों को, इनकी हालत अजीब है। मीडिया पे बैठते हैं, किसी ने वो बंदर के हाथ में माचिस दी थी, उसने सब चीजों को आग लगा दी थी। इन्होंने इनके हाथ में किसी ने मोबाइल दे दिया, ट्विटर दे दिया, जो उठता है कहता है कश्मीरी जो है वो पहले वफादारी करते हैं। कश्मीर पाकिस्तान का हिस्सा नहीं है, कश्मीर पाकिस्तान की रियासत का हिस्सा नहीं है। ये पाकिस्तान का हमसे वफादारी नहीं, तुम पाकिस्तान के उन मेहनत कशू मजदूरों से वफादारी करो जिन्होंने तुम्हें मुंतखब भी नहीं किया हुआ और फिर भी तुम उनके सरों पर बैठे हुए हो।
The unrest follows weeks of tensions across POK, where earlier protests and clashes between demonstrators and security forces left several people dead and many others injured. Islamabad's decision to crack down on protest groups and impose restrictions has only intensified public anger, with fresh gatherings and now drawing thousands onto the streets. As the crowds grow larger and the slogans become louder, Pakistan now faces difficult questions from the very territory it claims to represent.
Staying on Pakistan, even as unrest simmers in the Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Islamabad is threatening India. Pakistan's climate change minister issued a direct threat to New Delhi, saying that they would physically chop off hands of anyone interfering with upstream flows of the Indus River. Facing severe domestic water mismanagement, Pakistan is now attempting to weaponize words against New Delhi's non-negotiable stance on cross-border terror and the keeping in abeyance of the Indus Waters Treaty.
दुनिया क्या कहे, हमारी बात छोड़ दें, आप छोड़ दें ये बात कि मैं क्या कह रहा हूं, ये मिनिस्टर साहब क्या कह रहे हैं। हम तो खैर अपने हक के लिए हम तो ऐलान कर चुके हैं कि जो हमारे पानी पे हाथ डालेगा हम वो हाथ ही काट देंगे। और सिर्फ ऐलान नहीं कर चुके, 2 मरतबा 1-1.5 साल में दिखा चुके हैं कि अगर किसी ने हाथ डाला तो हम हाथ काट देंगे। दुनिया क्या कहे, हमारी बात छोड़ दें, आप छोड़ दें ये बात कि मैं क्या कह रहा हूं, ये मिनिस्टर साहब क्या कह रहे हैं। हम तो खैर अपने हक के लिए हम तो ऐलान कर चुके हैं कि जो हमारे पानी पे हाथ डालेगा हम वो हाथ ही काट देंगे। और सिर्फ ऐलान नहीं कर चुके, 2 मरतबा 1-1.5 साल में दिखा चुके हैं कि अगर किसी ने हाथ डाला तो हम हाथ काट देंगे।
Right, fresh diplomatic uncertainty has emerged over possible US-Iran talks in Doha. While the US President Trump claims Iran requested a meeting on its nuclear program, even rushing Steve Witkoff to Qatar, Tehran has flatly denied that any negotiations with Washington are scheduled. The conflicting claims come even as technical discussions continue under international mediation. Uncertainty prevails in the Middle East.
Almost won militarily, I would say. And it's really very simple. It's the denuclearization of Iran. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, and they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that, in all fairness.
US President Donald Trump says American negotiators are heading to Doha after Iran allegedly questioned a meeting. Trump says the talks could prove important as Washington pushes for the denuclearization of Iran. Trump also claimed Iran has agreed not to pursue nuclear weapons and said discussions would focus on Tehran's nuclear program.
As you know, oil prices are way down. We hit $69 today. It was higher than that prior to the denuclearization of Iran fight that we have, which we're doing very well. There'll be a meeting on that tomorrow in Doha. And they're going to Qatar. I think they've already left, or they're just about getting ready to leave. So we'll see how that goes. But we're doing very well on that front. But the meeting in Doha is going to be perhaps important, perhaps not. We're going to find out. But we're winning militarily.
US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Kushner are expected to lead the American delegation. But however, Iran has rejected Trump's claims, insisting that no negotiations with the United States are scheduled. Tehran also claimed that there will be no talks with Washington at any level in the coming days. Doha has confirmed that US envoys are in Doha, but says no meeting with Iranian officials is currently scheduled. Iran says its delegation is traveling to Doha only to follow up on the release of the frozen Iranian funds. The diplomatic confusion comes days after a temporary ceasefire eased tensions following missile and drone exchanges. Shipping through the Strait of Hormuz has begun recovering, though the strategic waterway remains under close watch. Technical teams from both sides are expected to continue discussions this week with Qatari and Pakistani mediators. The broader negotiations also include sanctions relief, frozen Iranian assets, and the future of Tehran's enriched uranium stockpile. With Washington speaking of diplomacy and Tehran denying direct talks, all eyes are now on Doha to see whether dialogue finally begins or the standoff deepens.
All right, connected with the same breaking news development coming in, and that's from Doha itself, giving some clarity, if not in its entirety, about what's happening there. Diplomatic efforts surrounding the US-Iran negotiations. Qatar has now confirmed that US envoy, special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of President Trump, will be in Doha for discussions with Qatari mediators, but ruled out any direct high-level meeting between Washington and Tehran. Doha has also denied reports that $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds have been transferred to Tehran, which Tehran had claimed was happening, which means that there is an element of half-truth when Trump says that talks are happening in Doha, but the talks are not happening with the Iranians. Talks are happening with the Qataris, who might relay whatever happens there to Tehran, and that seems to be the clear picture as of now, insofar as the Iranian US talks are concerned, essentially via media being found out, and Qatar mediating now, just like Oman had done earlier, or in between Pakistan, but no direct talks whatsoever between the two sides is the confirmation coming in. All right, moving ahead. A powerful explosion has rocked the wealthy Mediterranean Principality of Monaco, leaving 3 people seriously injured, including a prominent Ukrainian businessman and members of his family. Authorities say the suspected attacker fled across the border into France moments after the blast, triggering a cross-border manhunt. The motive remains unclear, but the incident has sent shockwaves through one of Europe's most secure and exclusive destinations.
An explosion in the heart of Monaco has shattered the claim of the tiny luxury principality, leaving 3 people seriously injured and sparking an international manhunt. The blast occurred late Monday night at the entrance of a residential building near Monaco's border with France, sending emergency teams rushing to the scene. 2 adults and a child suffered serious injuries and were immediately shifted to hospitals in France for treatment. Investigators say the suspect escaped on foot shortly after the blast and crossed into neighboring France. Monaco's ruler, Prince Albert II, condemned the incident, describing it as an odious act and assuring that all security services have been mobilized to protect residents. For now, Monaco remains on high alert as authorities race to solve a case that has shaken the principality's image of security and exclusivity.
An Israeli airstrike has destroyed dozens of tents sheltering displaced Palestinian families in southern Gaza, setting makeshift shelters on fire and forcing families, including women, children and disabled people, to spend the night in the open. The strike was part of a series of attacks across central and southern Gaza that killed at least 8 people. Displaced residents describe a humanitarian disaster, saying they received warning calls shortly before the strike, but still lost their shelters as flames engulfed the camp.
Flames tearing through rows of tents, families running into the darkness, and yet another night of fear for displaced Palestinians in Gaza. An Israeli airstrike ripped through a crowded tent settlement in the Muvasi area near Khan Yunis, reducing shelters to ashes and leaving dozens of families without a roof over their heads. Women, children, the elderly and people with disabilities were among those forced to flee as fire spread through the camp moments after the strike. Residents say they had barely escaped when the bombardment began, leaving behind the few belongings they had managed to rebuild after months of displacement.
اتصل امبارح جيش الدفاع علينا في المنطقة هذا، تكلم قال ارفع ايدك فوق في الجوال، رفع يدك، قال المنطقة هذه انتم واقفين فيها كلها تخلي تاما. خلينا ربع ساعة طلعنا اطفالنا من المخيم ونسواننا والعجايز والكبار وكبار السن وختياري، وعندنا معاقين في المخيم برضه، وعندنا اطفال وعجايز ومسنين. دوبنا طلعوا، دوبنا وصلنا بير زنون، قلنا 400 متر شرقوا على بير زنون، دوبنا وصلنا المسافة اللي قلنا عنها، اجت الحرب وضربت المكان. كارثة إنسانية. أنا خيمتي وخيمة أولادي وأطفالي راحت كلها.
The strike was one of the several reported across Gaza, where violence has continued despite efforts to maintain a fragile ceasefire.
احنا طلعنا من دمار لدمار ثاني، طلعنا من الصفر اصلا، من نفس سنه وقفنا على جديد، جبنا فراشنا جديد، كل غراضنا جديد، شران شراي كل جديد، خيامنا ما فيناش شهرين صرنا شران شراي، ايام المطر كلها راحت بالانخفاضات، جرينا الحمد لله وقفنا على رجلينا. شو وقف اطلاق النار هذا؟ وين اطلاق النار بيقولوا عنه؟ وين العرب طلعوا علينا في يوم كاس العالم تفرجوا علينا؟ وين العرب؟ تفرجوا علينا، احنا بنموت كل يوم كل ثانيه، ولا طول الليل هجتوا في الشوارع، ما ننام الليل كله، ما ننامهم بيصرخوا طول الليل بيصيحوا. ايش اطلاق النار وقفوا عنه بيحكوا عنه؟ هذا اطلاق النار حرام عليهم يحسوا فينا، بدناش منهم حاجه يصير يبعدوا اليهود عنا والحرب عنا والقصف.
Health officials in Gaza say civilian casualties continue to rise, with women and children accounting for a significant share of those killed in recent months. As the smoke clears over another shattered camp, families are once again left searching for shelter and wondering where they can go next.
All right, some developments of upset from the FIFA World Cup. Paraguay have pulled off a major upset at the Cup group stage by defeating four-time champions Germany to book their place in the round of 16. The historic victory marks Paraguay's best World Cup performance in more than a decade and brings an end to Germany's campaign in the tournament. In another match, even Netherlands was knocked out, and those two big claimants to the cup now out of the FIFA World Cup 2026 taking place in Mexico and the United States. With that, we come to an end of this bulletin of our global. This is all what we could pack for you from across the world in 20 minutes. Short break coming up on the other side. This is Exclusive with Niranjan.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Mann's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time, and now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way, but there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age, but some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find It's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad. Now, to cover himself up, I'll go to the second set of pictures now, which will be of the first original video and the video he's released. In the first original video, Bhagwant Mann is seen doing something terrible, disrespectful, and sprinkling alcohol on pictures of Sikh gurus. And that's the original video. Today, for some strange reason, Bhagwant Mann is...
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody.
बाद में बात करेंगे।
अरे आप politician हो, आप politician हो, आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला हम्बल हो, मैं हम्बल हो रहा हूँ।
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? No, if you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Mann's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age.
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. You're watching This is Exclusive at 7 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, while we get you the news daily from across the country, there is something happening in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, POJK. We call it POK, but POJK. There's something happening and it's been ongoing for almost 2 months now. Almost 2 months. There is a revolt. And today people in POK are openly saying we do not belong to Pakistan. They want a reintegration with India. We have some breaking news from POK. Here are the headlines this evening. Massive protests erupt in POK. Protesters say that POK is not part of Pakistan. They add that India will take care of them. Pakistan minister openly threatens India a day after they were celebrating Track 2. They're now saying they will cut off India's hand. There's no point of Track 2 with a country called Pakistan. Prime Minister holds a key meeting on reforms and ease of doing business with secretaries of different ministries in the national capital. And the breaking video here on Republic this evening, Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir witnessing one of its strongest public uprisings in recent years. And this time, the anger is going beyond what we used to see before of just a few protests, blockades, etc. There is a huge political challenge for the Pakistan government. Now, these protests that have been ongoing, they've escalated with the people of POK now saying openly in protest that POK does not belong to Pakistan. They're saying POK is not a part of Pakistan, and if Pakistan can't take care of them, that India will come in and take care of them. Now, these slogans are being openly chanted in Pakistan as of this minute. Take a look at the breaking video first up. This is the video that came into our newsrooms today.
वहाँ पर सीज़फायर लाइन पे 0 पॉइंट पे तितली नोट हमारी खवातीन और हमारे बच्चे वहाँ धरना दे के बैठे हुए हैं। ये जो कहते हैं कि राशन जो है वो कश्मीरियों का राशन बंद करेंगे, मैं कहता हूँ हमें तुम्हारे राशन की जरूरत नहीं है, तुम्हें हमारी जरूरत है। थोड़ा ख्याल करो, थोड़ा ख्याल करो, तुम्हें हमारी जरूरत है। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि बाकी रास्ते खुल जाएं और फिर तुम हमारी मिन्नतें करो, हमारे तरले करो। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि तजारती रास्ते फिर बाकी इख्तियार कर लिए जाएं। इसलिए गुजारिश ये है, हालात को नॉर्मल करने के लिए हुक्मरानों को ये अवाम की स्टेट है, यहाँ पर कोई मार्शल लॉ नहीं है, यहाँ पर कोई डिक्टेटर नहीं है। अगर कोई डिक्टेटर हो तो हम किसी डिक्टेटर को नहीं मानते। कश्मीर के अवाम किसी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे, किसी भी डिक्टेटर को कबूल नहीं करेंगे। इसलिए गुजारिश इनसे यही है, यही इनके साथ जो है वो हम जो है वो पुरअमन ज़बान में यही हम इनसे कहना चाहते हैं कि कश्मीर के लोग अवाम की बैत नहीं करेंगे। कश्मीर के लोग जो है वो कश्मीरियों को, इनकी हालत अजीब है। मीडिया पे बैठते हैं, किसी ने वो बंदर के हाथ में माचिस दी थी, उसने सब चीजों को आग लगा दी थी। इन्होंने इनके हाथ में किसी ने मोबाइल दे दिया, ट्विटर दे दिया, जो उठता है कहता है कश्मीरी जो है वो पहले वफादारी करते हैं। कश्मीर पाकिस्तान का हिस्सा नहीं है, कश्मीर पाकिस्तान की रियासत का हिस्सा नहीं है, ये पाकिस्तान का हमसे वफादारी नहीं। तुम पाकिस्तान के उन मेहनत पेश हूँ। मजदूरों से वफादारी करो जिन्होंने तुम्हें मुंतखब भी नहीं किया हुआ और फिर भी तुम उनके सरों पर बैठे हुए हो। उनसे वफादारी का जो तरीका कार बनाओ। वहाँ लोगों को रोजगार दो, लोगों को इंसाफ दो, लोगों को तालीम दो, लोगों को वहाँ पर जिंदगी दो, एक जो है वो बाइज्जत जिंदगी वहाँ पर कोशिश करके लोगों को दो।
And ladies and gentlemen, the way Pakistan has been treating the people of POK, you had videos of Pakistani army, Pakistani rangers shooting at these protesters. Now, these are civilians in POK who've been asking for their basic rights, for relief, for support, for economic backing. They've been shot at point blank, and the latest video that we have, and that's another breaking news update right now, Pakistani drones have been seen dropping RDX. These are packets of RDX. It's a Republic exclusive. We had videos coming from POK of Pakistani drones bombing RDX from the skies. RDX dropped from the skies onto people, onto protesters. That is the kind of brutality that the people of POK have had to endure. So on the broadcast this evening, as we get you the details and the pictures coming in from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, let me go across to Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, a former DG Artillery in the Indian Army, joining us as a strategic affairs expert, and along with Dr. Amjad Ayub Mirza, who's an activist from POJK. Originally, he's live from London. Okay, first up, General Shankar, looking at the videos, in fact, this has been ongoing and this is not stopping. And somewhere we get a sense with each day the kind of videos and comments and slogans that are being heard. It appears that even the people of POJK have had enough of Pakistani government.
Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting me at the outset, and very good evening to Dr. Mirza also, who's joining us from London. What I'd like to put across is, look, this is an unprecedented scale of protests which are happening in POJK. POK, I'll prefer to call it POK, right? And it has not happened so far, the scale. The violence itself is about 26 days old, but the protests you go back to about 2 months, like you rightly said. In the past 3 years, every 6-7 months, there's been a protest of some kind in POK. And each year, each protest, the protests have become bigger, the violence has become bigger, and the issues have become more intransigent. The people of POK want fundamental things like Sadak Pani Bijli, which the government of Pakistan is unable to provide. More importantly, Pakistan, the people of POK, they have one simple request. They say, look, they want representation. If there's no representation, there's no taxation. It's that old thing, no taxation without representation. And they don't have representation because POK is governed directly by the Prime Minister and the Pakistan Parliament and Pakistan government. There's no, they don't have any recourse to law, anything in Supreme Court or their legal system. So Pakistan occupied Kashmir is in a very, very funny state. And then the Pakistanis have split this into two further parts, calling it POJK and Gilgit-Baltistan. Now they have already held sham elections in Gilgit-Baltistan for which there are no results. And some jigri-pugri is going on out there. And they're trying to do the same thing here also. Now, this is like, putting a matchstick to kerosene oil. So you know what's going to happen. But then Pakistan has different calculations because it doesn't have a political way of dealing with this. The only way Pakistan will deal with all of them is through repression. And more violence is just on the cards. That's the way, that's the Pakistani playbook. You'll have to just look across what they've done in Balochistan. Balochistan is essentially a political problem, which is being handled militarily. You see Afghanistan and Taliban. After all, Afghanistan, Taliban were all the creation of Pakistan. Now those people are against them. Whatever has happened in POK was, the handiwork of Pakistan. And now the very same people are against them. So you see a familiar set of events happening in Pakistan. Okay. Now, what I'd like to put across to everyone is, the Pakistanis have, the POK people say that, look, India can help us. India will help them. In fact, our external affairs spokesperson has said, yeah, we have noted the whole thing and we're going to help them. And probably for the first time, India has made this comment publicly to say that it will help them. What will be the contours of this help? How will this help go? Everything is to be seen. That's the first part. The second part is, look, we have to also be clear. What is the stance of the POK people as far as India is concerned? What is the stance of the POK people as far as Pakistan is concerned? If you see in this, they're still talking of being within the constitution of Pakistan or within the framework of the Pakistan. Now, if that be so, and you want to go and put your finger in there, it will not lead to anything. We should be very clear that what we are doing here. Please remember, this is our land. The entire land of POK is ours. We should have a game plan very clearly as to how we are going to get it back. And we should have a political outreach to this, this area. The protests or everything is just part of the story. And we need to take this. A lot of people in India say we need to have a military solution for that, invade POK and retake POK. It will not happen. It will happen only politically. And I go with what our defense minister said, that look, one day the people of Kashmir, POK, will say we want to rejoin with India. Are we having a strategy to get that back? I'm very clear about it. Okay, that's what I think we should do. And this situation is going to go worse as we go along. They might come with some promises and all that, but all those promises are empty because the promises given last time the protests happened to the people of POK have not been fulfilled by Pakistan. And Pakistan can't do it because it's economically bankrupt. So the basic needs, Sadak Bijli Pani, from where I started, remain.
Yeah.
And they are not fulfilled, they are not going to be fulfilled. So India needs to have a very clear game plan as to how to, capitalize on this situation, because like I said, this land is ours and we must take it back politically.
Yeah, sir.
Over to you.
Sir, look at the videos, and I want to bring in Amjad Ayub Mirza here. Mr. Mirza, we saw videos of people being shot in the leg, shot in the chest, some being shot in the head. This video that came in, I want to show the video of the RDX being dropped from the skies from the drones. RDX was dropped from the skies, we were told. We hear that you still have some details pouring in. What is the situation there of the kind of brutality that the people of POK are seeing? If you can share with our viewers, please.
Well, the brutality is being, uploaded on every social media platform. So there's nothing for me to add to that. The situation is getting worse. There's no doubt about that. But answering some of the issues here about India's intervention, people of Pakistani-occupied Jammu Kashmir do not expect that India will intervene. I'm telling you this in very clear words, because when I say intervene, I'm not talking about Indian army marching into POJK, because that is impossible. I'm telling you now, that is impossible. And if India tries to liberate POJK by sending troops in there, they will get bogged down in a very, very long war with Pakistan. What the people of Pakistani-occupied Jammu Kashmir expect from India is support, verbal support, moral support, in form of, statements from the Prime Minister of India, from the Foreign Minister of India, from the Defense Minister of India, from the Home Minister of India, and moreover from the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu Kashmir, Manoj Sinha. Because Manoj Sinha, if you think that POJK and Gilgit-Baltistan are part of India, then Manoj Sinha also should be acting as a Lieutenant Governor of POJK and Gilgit-Baltistan. But what the people of POJK have seen over the years is that India and Pakistan have used Kashmir issue for a tit for tat diplomatic.
There, 1 minute. I disagree with you, sir, because our Prime Minister has mentioned it. Our Prime Minister said POK belongs to India. Our Defence Minister has said it, that POK will reintegrate
That
with
is
India.
not that. Those are diplomatic. Those statements mean nothing. The statement should have been that we condemn the violence in POJK. We demand that the trade route should be opened so that the economic blockade that Pakistan has now set up should be, we should compensate that by sending rations from the LOC. These are all cosmetic statements. ये हो जाएगा तो हमारा टू टांग की ऐसी की तैसी फिरी हुई है. तो ये सब ड्रामेबाजी है, इनकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है इन बातों की. और पीओजेके के जो लोग हैं, they are not stupid, they are quite sensible, and they will not join India, the public, just like that. People have got self-respect, to talk like it is ये हमारा है और हमारे पास आ जाएगा. भाई आपका कहाँ से हो गया? आपने तो 1947 में हथियार डाल के तो यूनाइटेड नेशन में चले गए. आपका तो तब होता कि आप इसको हासिल कर लेते और फिर पाकिस्तान आपसे ये ले जाता. तो नाउ द सिचुएशन ऑन ग्राउंड इज के इन जम्मू, इंडियन साइड of Jammu, there are protests for POJK and they are demanding the Prime Minister to intervene. But Prime Minister is not intervening, the Indian government is not intervening. ऐसे UN में statement दे देने से या ये चीजें, people have, been seeing these kind of cosmetic statements and they're talking from a pedestal, हमारा है और ये. People, you can't win people by saying that. You have to prove hamara hai. You have.
Can I quickly get in? Okay, to what you've said. Okay, I respect what you've said, but I have very little time. General Shankar, if you can, in about 30 seconds, because I have to end the show. If you can rebut him, because I'm not so sure it's that simple. Does he have a point? Does he also have a point? I'd like your view on that.
No, it's not so simple. It's not so simple at all. Right? The people in POK have changed. The original demography of POK is long gone. The new people in POK and the same demography of POK is not exactly for India. They have to be very clear. Probably this for the first time they are saying India will feed us and all that. But they are also very clear that they are still part of Pakistan. This is not going to be an overnight affair that, you will get this thing back. And I will not like the idea of, someone saying that our Prime Minister and Defense Minister are speaking from a high pedestal and they don't know what they're talking of. It's not so easy, right? Unless the people of POK really want India involved, I don't think it's a good idea to go get involved. I would rather let Pakistan, cook in its own pressure cooker. Let it happen. And when some things go to a boil,
let people die. You want people
the result will come out automatically.
To die.
Okay.
You
the
want
next thing is you
suffer?
have to understand. Look, I'm looking at it from an Indian point of view. The point is,
but does he have a point in terms of statements, sir? But does Amjad have a point?
From a human point.
Yeah, 1 minute. Does Amjad have a point in terms of making statements to condemn the violence? Because we haven't heard the violence. Okay, you have an MEA spokesperson come out. I think an MEA spokesperson came out and said something to condemn the violence. But is that enough? Should ministers also ramp up the pressure, is what he's asking.
Look, it's like this. I'll put it this way. Definitely there is a case for, people in Jammu and Kashmir talking. There is a case for political outreach to happen to the next level. Will this happen or not is a calibrated, thought process. I am sure the government of India is taking the right thing, will do the right thing at the right time. It's not so that, just because, two people on TV want this to happen, it will happen. Right? And I am very sure that the government of India is assessing it. That's why I said it is for the first time I've heard of the external affairs, spokesperson saying that they've taken note of it and that they're willing to help POK. That itself is the first step. And this is not going to happen overnight. This is going to take time.
Okay.
As things go worse, they will go worse in POK because Pakistan doesn't have the bandwidth to handle it.
Okay.
So we'll
No,
see
they will
this
go worse
happening.
because
This
India is
good.
not stepping in. They will go worse because India is not stepping in. They will go worse because India is shying away from the reality that it is India's duty to save the Bhartis. These are not Pakistanis. वो कह रहा है कि ये जम्मू कश्मीर पीओजे के जो है ये भारतीय रियासत पाकिस्तानी रियासत का हिस्सा नहीं है.
I understand your emotional.
These are Indian citizens. You don't even recognize them as Indian citizens. आप laid back होकर कह रहे हैं ठीक है देखेंगे अभी होने दो. Goodbye.
Okay. Sir, I'll leave it at that. So only because I've run out of time. Okay. I think he just cut the line there. Sir, General Shankar, I'll leave it at that because I have to take a break now. I've completely run out of time. So thank you, General Shankar and Ayub Mirza, for joining us on this edition of This is Exclusive. Taking a break now. Have to take a short break and we are back with Super Prime Time. Next, the debate with Arnab coming up at 8 p.m. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप. MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप.
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है.
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें.
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट.
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है.
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें.
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े.
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
ऑप्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है ये।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Mann's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover 2 lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer.